هنيك بعده بيحطنا وسكننا. هذا السيرفر يلا هون بدي هلا امبارح ما كان عم ينحط الباسورد واحد لنشوف يلا هو ده نفس الجهاز امبارح. اوكي تمام شكرا اوكي يلا طيب امبارح حكينا عن الأكاديميك ريكوردز first part of academic records set flow وحكينا عن yesterday we talked about the first part of the academic record set flow and I'm gonna just like brief some points we talked about so we can proceed with the second part of the academic record set flow. So as we said yesterday, the registrar officers will have this set flow as an access privilege for them, while all the other set flows will not be displayed for them. All the screens or all the workflows are available through an option called workflow, and through the workflow, if you have the access, you will get or you will see any of these workflow screens. Mainly, we talked about the academic calendar, the institutions, the catalog. We will talk today about the catalogs and the sections. We talked about the student. We talked about the registration, the block of registration. We talked about the transcript, the grading, grade processing. And today we will be learning how we can create a new catalog, how we can create its related section. We will be talking about how we can be generating an academic plan if it's applicable. Here we will know how we can prepare a student that has already finished all his credits to prepare him to graduate, how we can reflect that into the system. We'll talk in addition about the academic standing or the probation rules, how we can assign the probation rules in the system and how the probation rules will be eventually reflecting the transcript when we do generate that. In addition, we will talk about the co-requisite, the prerequisite, the setup of the grade values, how we can set up the grade values without making any several mistakes, and that's it for the first part before noon. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is the catalog, workflow catalog. So as its name says, so we're gonna first create a catalog, and then from this catalog, depending on how sections we do want to create, we will create the related sections for this catalog. For example, in this database, we do have lots of catalogs previously created. Let us check one of them. For example, accounting 1010. Or eventually, let's create a new one since it's a testing database. So to create a new catalog, as I said before, there's this new a new button or new logo, which is the blank page. I just hit on new, and then an empty window will pop up in front of you where you should be filling the mandatory fields for the catalog. The first thing to do is to fill the catalog ID. This ID will be used all over the system whenever you want to assign this catalog for the section or this catalog for the student in the registration. So the event ID should be unique and should be something meaningful for the related catalog. For example, let's create, I don't know, business, thank you, 300. So we're gonna create a business catalog ID. The medium name, for example, could be introduction to business. The long name could be something more meaningful to business, or could be the same, depends. The type, its course. The status should always remain active unless you do not want to use this catalog anymore. The credit type. The credit type is, for example, if this catalog is a non-credit, so the non-credit have their own grading system. So if it's credit, the credit catalog has their own grading system, and these grading systems are defined at the level of the grade value. So it's very important to know the credit type for each catalog in order to make the mapping between the grades and the catalog. We'll choose credit and we will assign the number of credit for this catalog. Let's consider it's 3. CEU is not used in the Middle East, it's something for the United States. The repeatable flag here that you can see is we have two values, checked and unchecked. If the repeatable flag is checked, this means that whenever the student attempts to take the course a second time, regardless if he passed the course or he got a C, for example, but for example, in some cases, the student wants to retake the course just to adjust the cumulative GPA. So if the flag repeatable was checked and if the student attempted to take this catalog another time, at the level of the transcript, this catalog will be defined as a repeatable course. While if this flag was unchecked and the student and the first time we got, for example, a C. C is not a failing grade, but we feed this catalog just for another reason, for example, to adjust the cumulative GPA. This will not be considered as a repeat catalog. But for any case, if the student got a failing grade, regardless of the value of the repeatable flag, it will be considered a repeatable course if he attempts to take it another time. So the failing case is not applicable for the repeatable. Okay? Have you got the idea of the repeatable flag, or shall I keep it? Okay, any questions? No? Okay, so hide on online search. This is used for the self-service. If I do check this flag, the student will not be able to retrieve or search this catalog at the level of self-service whenever he attempts to register online, because he'll not be able to see it. For some cases, you create catalogs and you want them active, but these courses, for any exception, you do not want them to be displayed at the level of the online registration during the online registration period. So you just hit this flag and they will not be displayed. You can assign some basic data related to this catalog, or you can leave them empty. For example, this catalog is for the undergraduate program and for the business and innovation college and for the business and innovation department and for the business administration curriculum, for example. All the needed data that you do want to be related to this catalog, you should be define it over here. For example, the university. And then to save the first page, yes, class level if it's freshman, junior, okay. But like if you want to leave this catalog for all the class levels, you should leave this field as empty. Okay? Yeah.
Back to credit typing. And this sort of reverts back to what we talked about yesterday in the grade values.
Mm-hmm.
So TR for transfer should be credit type and not grade.
Well, this depends on your policy. If you have, but like what you're saying, it means that the credit type of transfer, the transfer people have their own grades. That's what you mean? Like if I'm a transfer student, I do have my own grade list. Is that the case?
Well, no, so you.
Or any
You would award the credit as a transfer credit.
like if I
Assign grade of P.
Excuse me, one vote.
yes. For example, if I'm a transfer student and I came to UCE and I have a course that needs to be transferred, what grade I'll be taking? You tell me. What grade I will be taking if I already passed this course at the other university and came to you to make the transfer from the transfer policy. So what grade you will give me and be displayed on the transfer? A P? Okay, so instead of now at the grade values screen, there's I think a TR. So instead of TR, you should replace it with a P because for you, P is the passing grade for the transfer courses. I will show you how to do that when we arrive at the grade values. You do not have to create a specific credit type for the transfer because you only have one grade for the transfer students, that is P. So instead of TR, it's P. P as passed. I will show you how to do that when we arrive to the grade values. All right? So to save, it's Ctrl S or the save logo over here. Catalog description. This description will be displayed for the student whenever he when you see self-servers for each course, there's like a hyperlink on the name of the course. If the students attempt to click on this hyperlink at the level of the self-service, a small description or abstract of the course will be displayed for him. For example, an introduction to the course, what this course is about. So you can define the description that is being displayed at the level of self-service in the description text box at the level of catalog description. Okay. Subtype, if it's lab, lecture, tutorial, the status is active. The credit values were defaulted from the first page at the level of catalog. Minutes per week, contact hours per week, contact hours per session. It means that, for example, this catalog will be teach, for example, 75 minutes per week. Contact hours per week, how many times per week, the iteration per week, for example, one time. And this is the total per session. You can leave that empty. Minimum participants, target participants, and maximum participants are the values that the site, as their name says, the minimum participants that are needed for this catalog to, for example, make it valid or to open it or to, activate it. The target participants as well, and the maximum participants. For example, if this room can support only 50 people, so the maximum participant is 50 students. And whenever the student attempts to register to this catalog at the level of the subservice and the number of maximum participants has been exceeded, the system will stop them accordingly.
Affect anything with legislation?
No, minutes per week, it affects mostly at the automatic scheduling because there's a duration hour when you specify that this course is being teached, for example, one session is 75 minutes. But for the registration, the only thing that affects,
This would be affected on automatic schedule?
yes.
It wasn't, we had to go into.
Yes, let me tell you. Because at the level of academic advanced schedule, there's a field duration where you previously defined like at your university, it's 75 minutes. So when you define one period, it's 75 minutes. So it depends if these data are defaulted to the advanced schedule or not. Okay. Subdescription is the subtype description of the subtype details. I'm just gonna hit yes. Credits, I'm gonna define subtype again. The credit type was credit. So these value, total credits and all it's related was defaulted from the catalog tab. The co-requisite and the prerequisite, we will be talking about these two things at the level of the sections. Cross-reference. What cross-reference means? This is very important because whenever we have a course, for example, this course, BUS 300, considering that BUS 300 is the introduction to business, but previously we used to refer to the introduction to business course as BUS 100. And now we want to refer to the introduction to business as BUS 300. But what happens for the students that already have taken the BUS 100? That is BUS, that is Introduction to Business. If we define the course ID of the old course, that is, for example, in our case, BUS 100, I don't think there's BUS 100 here. Let's see. There's BUS 100. Okay. So now this means that all the students that has previously taken the BUS 100 on their transcript, it will means that they took the BUS 300. It's just to relate the old course ID to the new course ID for the same course. Okay? Any questions? Something unclear?
So the 300 is the old course?
No, the 300 is the new course we are creating because we are creating. But you want to refer it to the old course. So you go to the course reference, you go to search, that is over here. You search for the old course and you take it over there. And all the students that previously taken the old course, which is the US 100, to make the compatibility backward for them, they will refer as the US 300 for the new course.
Good, and then it will be appeared in the transcript as US 300.
Yes. Okay. If you do not do this step, for example, if for some example, for some rule, BUS is a prerequisite or prerequisite for the course, like for me, this I already have taken BUS 100. If I attempt to register in another course where the BUS 100 is the prerequisite, if I don't do that, the system will not allow me because he will tell me that you have not taken the BS 300. Or it took the BS 100 is equal to BS 300. So that is very important to link it here in order to prevent these exceptions to appear. Cross tally. Cross tally, as it names says, it means that tallying two courses to one course. What does that mean? It means that, for example, we have common courses between different departments, such as the business. For example, the dentistry department could be taking the business introduction to business course, and the engineering department could be taking the introduction to business course. So, but they are all referring to the same course. But each department has its own course ID. So how can I tally these multiple courses to one course? It's at the level of cross tally. For example, considering that I'm going through search, let's go to catalog, search. I'm just filling testing data, right? Okay, so this data here means that, for example, the first line is for the engineering department and the second line is for the marketing department. The marketing department has the business 14110 as the introduction to business, while here the finance department has the BUS 210 as introduction to business. But they are both the same course, they are both introduction to business. But because since they are different departments, so they are referring with different IDs for that. If we do save and we go to the, for example, BUS 1410, as you can see, there's the relation that was created automatically between the BUS 300 and the BUS 1410. This means that this course is the same as this course but with different event ID due to the different departments that are taking the same course. Okay? Is it clear or I should repeat? Hi, how are you? Okay. Repeatable course.
If I have solved construction exams, if someone failed in the same course twice time, will
Wait.
not be able to register the same course for a certain time.
So, which tab? Repeatable, this one. Oh, do you want me to talk about the repeatable flag?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as I said, the repeatable flag is mainly has two values, check and uncheck. What does check mean? Check means that if I do check the flag and the student, for example, has previously taken the BR300, I'm going to see. C is a passing grade, so we cannot fail for the first time. If he attempts to take it out another time, because, for example, he wants to take an A, he wants to adjust the theoretical GPA. So, if this flag was checked at the level of the transcript, it will define this course as a repeatable course, although he didn't fail. but he's repeating it. Okay? But if I do not check this course and I got a C and I repeated this course, it will not be considered as a repeatable course.
Okay.
But if I failed the course,
Yes.
regardless of the value of this flag, and I repeat it again, it will be a repeatable. If I got a failing grade, there's no exceptions. It's a failing grade. There's no effect. We're not now talking about the online registration. If I got a failing grade, regardless of the value of the repeatable flag, and I do take the course another time, it's going to be defined as a repeatable course because I got a failing grade from the first time. The repeatable flag here affects if I do not get a failing grade from the first time, I got any lower passing grade, and otherwise I want to take the course another time to adjust my GPA. So this will affect the behavior of the transcript for the passing grades for the student if they attempt to take the course another time. Okay? Yeah? Great. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. No. This is just the affection. If the system will consider this course as repeatable or not.
For the transcript only.
Yes, and if you go, if you are open the registration screen of our campus, if you notice that yesterday, there's a repeat flag for repeatable course. It will be checked as a repeat. Okay?
But it is checked as a repeat. If the student took the course before, even if we not flag them. So?
If he got a failing grade, of course it will
Yes, you see a
be
lot of flags, although I don't check this.
because they got a failing grade.
Yes, you do that.
Exactly. For failing grades, there's no exceptions. If he attempts to repeat it, it will be a repeatable course. This flag affects only passing grade and if they attempt to take it another time. If you want the policy to be that you want to flag as a repeatable course, even if he got a passing grade, you should be checking this flag.
So it's only to be shown in the registration.
Yes, at the level of registrar, if you want
To know what the
the,
student
exactly, at level of registration, level of transcript, but this is a repeatable course. It depends on the policy. That like
I will have to registrar instead of checking if you already took the course before, it could be more.
as repeat, yes.
So check all the courses. But will not affect anything on the highest grades. This is what the grades.
Yes, the highest grade. Hello, how are you?
From a grading.
Yes, the highest grades count the highest grade. These are at another screen, exact at level of the setup where there's a repeat values.
So now if we check all our courses to be repeatable,
And if you check this flag and the student has already taken this course another time, he got, for example, a C, and he wants to take an A, external time will be
you
a
be
C.
shown to him that you already took this course.
Yes.
And show the registrar.
Yes.
So I think this is
I'm going to show you something. This is the flag that means for the count the highest grade. Okay,
Yes.
that we were talking about.
yes.
Okay?
We didn't talk about this or not yet?
No, not yet. But I'm just showing you. So to proceed, okay, let's move over to the section. For example, now I want to create a first section for the BUS 300 catalog. How can I do that? I should first define the academic year where I want to open the section, the term, and the session. Then I should search for the catalog ID where I want to create this section. It's by either filling manually the code that I know or to prevent any mistakes, and I highly advise that because, for example, if you attempt to fill it like that, that's not the same course as BUS 300 because there's a missing space. So, no, let me see. Okay, it's not found but will be accepted. Okay, so to prevent any mistakes, just go to search, catalog. Why catalog? Because I'm searching for the catalog ID. Okay, so search, catalog. Okay, I can write the initials if I know them. I'll scroll down. So that's my course. Okay, on double click, it got been defaulted through this fields. Section, for example, 01, and when I hit tab, as you can see, all the details that were previously defined at the level of the catalog were defaulted automatically at the level of the section. From the name, the type, the status, the credit, the contact hours, the participants. Okay, I'm gonna hit save. Okay, as here we have ads, drops, waitlist. From this section or from this participant section, if any student attempts to register to this section, that is BUS 300 lecture 01, the ads here will be 1. If a student is dropping the section, the drops will be increasing to 1, and so on. So from this section, you can have a view about the number of students that were already registered in this section. Whenever you see this Zoom logo or this loop, it means that you have to double click. And here, the system will be displaying for me, for example, the list of the students that are adding this section to their schedule. The same is for the jobs. If I want to see the list of the students that job the course, just hit double click and all the needed details will be displayed at this level. Section description is the same description that we defined at the level of the catalog. Corequisite. Corequisite, it means that, for example, this is a BUS 300 lecture. But this BUS 300 has a tutorial. I do not want to allow the student to register to the BUS 300 lecture without registering to the BUS 300 tutorial because they are corequisite courses. There's a lab, for example, there's a tutorial, and there's a lecture. So if there's any corequisite course at this level, I should be defining it. Credits, these values were defaulted from the catalog ID, cross-study as well, since we defined these two courses as cross-study courses. Other allowed. Other allowed means if I want to allow, for example, other campuses, if we have the case, to get registered in this section of the course. For example, if we have multiple campuses, if it's applicable, and I want to allow the other campuses to use or register to this section, I should flag this as yes. How many? It means how many students from the other campus are allowed to register to this course, and so on for the other fields. Personnel. Personnel, at this level, we define the faculty member or doctor or the teacher that will be teaching this course or this section. The section could be taught by two faculty members, for example. How we can define that? There's this column that is called percentage. For example, if I have two faculty members that are teaching this course, I can define the value as, for example, 50% and 50%. If a faculty member teach most of this course, but there's, for example, an assistant that helps them with a small area of this course, I can define the faculty member as 70% and the assistant member as 30%. So at this level, we can define the faculty member that will be teaching this course. And if there's only one faculty member, it will stay as 100. How can I assign a faculty member? It's from search, personnel, I hit on search, and the list of all the faculty members and the related details will be displayed, and I can select any one of them, double click or drag and drop, and it will be defaulted at this level. Prerequisites. Prerequisites means that in order to take the BUS 300, I should have already taken another course. Without this other course, I will not be able to take the BUS 300. So the system will display for me a prerequisite validation that you are not allowed to take this course before you take the previous course. How can I define a prerequisite? The sequence, it's a sequential number. So for example, you can define it as 10, 20, 30, 40 if you have multiple courses that are prerequisite for one course. Then, at the level of the prerequisite course, I should retrieve the course ID that is prerequisite for the BUS 300. Search, catalog, yes, okay, BUS, why not? Yes.
This is question number. I get the why is it 10 or why is it
Like it's for me, I do it 10, 20, you can make it 1, 2, 3, 4. It's sequential.
It's like how many courses are there?
Yes, if you have one course, you can define the sequential number as 1. Okay? Exactly, it's a sequential number. So the second course, you just put a 2 or a 20. So it's up to you. Okay, subtype is lecture. For example, if I have a minimum grade that should be taken in order to allow the registration of BUS 300. For example, it does not satisfy that if I only took the BUS 1010, I am eligible to take the BUS 300. So, for example, if I put the value of, let's consider 75, it means that I should, in order to be eligible to register to this section, I should be taking the BUS 1010 and having a grade 75 or above in order to be able to register. If I want to add another course, there's the insert button over here. For example, since I'll define as 20. Okay. Let's put another course. Okay. lecture, for example, I do not want a minimum grade, but these courses are an and relation. And relation means that I should be taking the first course with a grade of minimum 75 and the second course to be eligible to take the BUS 300. Otherwise, I will not be able to take it. The second case is or. A no relation, it means I have the option to take the first course with the minimum grade 75 or the second course, and then in any of these cases, I will be having the access to register to the BUS 300 lecture 01. Okay? So when I hit save, the courses will be defaulted here. And each time I go from one course to another, the values here will be displayed accordingly. Questions? Okay, so the and or is if I have multiple courses that are prerequisite for this section. If I have this case, for example, if I have the business 300 is the third course after two courses of business. Okay, so for example, I have business 100, business 200, and then business 300. In order to be eligible to take the business 300, I should be passing the business 100 and the business 200 because these two courses are prerequisite courses to take the business 300. I cannot take the business 300 if I did not take the business 100 and business 200. In this case, we will define an and relation because it's this business 100 and business 200. But for any case, if business 300 is eligible for all the students that has taken business 100 or business 200, so I can take business 200 and just register to business 300, or I can take business 100 only and register to business 300. In this case, it will be an or relation. So it depends on the case for each section.
So this is, for example, this is an or, okay, and then there's a third course that has to be.
So at this case, you will be using, if you notice, there's the parentheses here. You saw them. Okay, let's do the case you are talking about. We will leave the first as or. So for now, this means that BUS 1010 or BUS 2120. We want to add so either of these courses and a third course. How we can do that? We insert a third line, for example, 30. Let us add another course, BUS 100, for example. Lecture. It's an and. I'll tell you why it's an and. So you have to make sure. So here, like, there's two. So the first one here and the second one here, and this is. You have it's a bit tricky. So the first category goes from here to here, and then we know the first one from this. It goes this one, and then there's intermediate. Okay. What's that? Okay. You have the first parenthesis that is opened here. Okay. Look, that's the first one. That's the second one. Okay. Focus on the second one. The second one is for this one to close it. Okay. Then this one closes this one. This. Okay. And then we want to close the overall parenthesis to make it a relation with the third course. Think of it business-wise. It's the case that you already assigned. this course, or this course, all of them, and this course. That's why we have this and this to make them together. And then we have this and this to make it all. So or, and then both of them and this one.
I understood this part, and the or and the error, but I didn't understand.
And it's visible. This is bracket. This is for this. And this is for this.
Yes.
This one here is for this one. To make them together, make them a group, and grouping them in a whole big bracket.
And so that means it's or if they are together.
That's all it means. This case means that this course or this course and a course in a third course. Okay? This reflects the example that you suggest. Okay?
Can I ask something about
Yes, sure.
prerequisite?
Prerequisite? This one? Okay.
Allow concurrent.
This I prefer not to check it because it's mostly for some prerequisite permissions. It will cause some problems. So on purpose now we will leave it unchecked. Okay, and if it's applicable between in your policies, eventually we will talk about it later on. Okay.
So that's the issue you're having.
About the prerequisite and the prerequisite at the same time. That's one. That's the one. Or the
No, so
one.
it's a course that you either have to take before or you can take it at the same time.
So
Which issue?
it's a prerequisite.
So if you've already taken the course, it's a prerequisite, but you can also take it at the same time and be registered for the course.
Yeah, this is the course of the prerequisite and prerequisite at the same time.
Yes.
Right.
But it doesn't always have to be a prerequisite.
Exactly. This is a feature that is still not available in the system. You know, where you can specify the same course as prerequisite or prerequisite at the same time. And allow concurrent will not resolve this issue. It's actually not an issue. It's a policy that is available at the UCA, but still not in the international standard. So the concurrent flag will not resolve this case. You already raised Sabrina previously. But we are talking with the providers in order maybe there's a workaround solution for it, and I think they
So
could do something.
when scenarios like that come up where there's not a current solution to, is that recorded for future upgrades to the system?
You know, there's always a workaround solution for it. Either it's from Powercampus, or we can, for example, provide some specific scripts to correct some cases. So it will depend on the workaround solution that is provided from the provider of the system. So we will be awaiting their feedback, and then we can eventually resolve the issue. Okay. So the schedule. The schedule means that, for example, if the section is being taught on Monday, then I can define the start time. For example, 8:30. The end time, for example, is 9:45. That's considering that. At the campus of U of Canada, for example, for the building B, and for the room 107. I'll be telling you later on where we can define and how we can define the buildings and its related rooms in the system. If I hit on save and go to section meetings, all these data were inserted automatically after filling the schedule. These data refers to every Monday of the semester from 8:30 to 9:45 at Building B, Room B107. These are the section meetings of the BUS 300 Lecture 01. Okay? Questions? All good? Yeah. We will proceed then. How we can create a faculty member, or we can add a new faculty member into the system. It's from workflow, faculty. This one over here. So let us see a faculty member. I don't know. This faculty member, you fill the basic information, the first name, the last name, the legal name, the gender, so any type of data that you find relative for this faculty member, the address, the email address with, the domain provided from the IT department, the phone number, the telecommunication. For example, this is a referral for the faculty member. In this case, we have a referral that is called WISE 39, faculty ID and WISE table. So this is a referral communication for this faculty member. Faculty data, it means, for example, first preference, it means that if I have a preference for the faculty member, for example, this faculty prefer to teach at this campus and prefer to teach at this building in this specific room. These data will be taken into consideration during the automatic allocation of the scheduling. So these data will be transferred automatically when there's an importing process at the level of the automatic scheduling, and the scheduler, upon allocating the courses, will be taking this preference for the faculty member in order to adjust it accordingly. Attributes, for example, if this faculty member prefer, for example, to teach only on Mondays. If this faculty member prefers only to teach on Friday, how many time on Monday, how many time on Friday? The education, for example, if I want to add the education of this faculty member, from which university he was graduated, all the history, education history of this faculty member, the emergency, the employment, if this faculty member works in another institution other than UCE, I can fill the organization ID over here and the position earned by this faculty member, and eventually all the other tabs were similar to the student tabs, notes, picture, public relation, relationship links, and you do not have to fill all these tabs. It depends on the need that you have at the university, where you can fill the data accordingly. And always keep in mind, whenever you create a new record, you have to invoke the get data to retrieve it in the list over here. Yeah. Okay. Of course, it's the same thing. So you have the new button, you hit on new, and there's an empty window that will appear, and then you can fill. Let's create a faculty name with your name. Can you remind me of your name? Heba. Last name. Okay. I'm not gonna ask about the birth date, so it's 0101, and let's make you young. Huh? Okay.
Like to faculty and staff, they were to fill in all this information. Right? can ask HR to give you a full report.
Look, you can, for example, specify the access on specific tabs inside the faculty. So, for example, for you, you can have the access on all the tabs, but for Hillary, for example, she can have only the faculty name and the address with only read-only access. So you can specify and eliminate access privileges on each user depending on your needs. And it's very easy and it's compatible. Of
When I
course.
asked for there's only easy access for the
What do you want? What is doable for you? What
For example,
like what about smart data? For example, in the store, you have the access, for example, all the answers. But for me, for me, you can do that when you say the training. You can only see fact name, address, just that, and you eliminate all of these, and you give me it only for now. So I just get a check value of it's very visible because the technology does not have the access to change data of the faculty members.
So could a neutral person have access just to those which might have to ask them to each other?
Yes.
So kind of when they're bringing out the faculty or TAs to fill in the first, I think, all year. Tabs, right? Name, address, email, phone numbers.
If you want, we can go over the tabs and specify which exact tabs you want and which speed.
I think that would be the best. Yeah. Only tabs. Yeah. And
So you can
you give only access to them for the faculty. Faculty are autonomous. You don't have to do anything with registration, sections.
So at this case, you can create a profile for them. This profile will have access only on the academic records, faculty, workflow, and exact tabs. It's very good. So we just to make up one of the policy. Okay, any other questions? Yeah. Yes, because no, because about the fees and all this financial detail are mostly affected in the cash receipt and billing workflow. So we do not really specify these as well. They are available here, but the final edition is still basically at the level of the billing. About the academic calendar, what was the question? Let me see. Workflow, academic calendar. Okay, which one? That's the academic calendar. Okay. So
Late registration date.
this one, this has nothing to do with the fees. This one will affect self-service, and they will be accessing the second session, right? Okay, the second session will be changing the values of these fields. Okay, and you will see the effects directly on the self-service for the students. When the student tries to attempt register to the course and he exceeded or overpassed the last registration date, he will not be able to register. The system will tell him that the section now is closed or the period now is closed. This is the importance of the academic calendar. Okay? So it does not have something related with what you are okay? Nermeen, I think this is for you. If you want to specify the registration credit limits in the system for all the students, not for a specific student, you have to go to System Administrator Workflow, Tools, Setup, you have the registration credit limits, and here you define the credit limit for all the students. If you have credit limits for some specific students, then you should go to the registrar workflow and specify at the level of the credit limit value, the credit limit for this student especially. Okay? The transfer courses, if you already define if it's at level of the grade values, if the transfer course should be counted, and then you have an option to be it's count. Let me show you. It's not here. Here. Let's talk about the grade value since we will be opening. Okay. So, as I said before, we have lots of grade values in the system and different credit types. And for each credit type, we have different grade values. For example, for the non-credit credit type courses, we have the pass and fail. For the credit type courses, we have the numeric grade values, where we can define all of these stuff. It's from still academic records, set flow, tools, setup, and then this screen called grade values. How did I get to where? This one?
Okay, so that?
Yeah. Then tools. Okay. Setup. That's the grade values. Okay. So we have at this level two main drop down lists. We have the default, and it's related to the year and term, and there are the credit type that reflect the values of the credit type currently available in the system. As its name says, default, it means we want to, it's the default grading rules for the different credit types. The first thing that the person that is assigned to define values of the grade values in the screen should be setting the year and term as default, and then choose the credit type and define the default grade values for the credit type. And then year after year, when we open new years, new academic calendars, the system will automatically shift all the values at the level of the default credit for the year, for example, 2020 winter credit type, because it's got been created at the level of the default. The mistaken that was created previously, if you can remember the meaning, the values at level of defaults were different from the values at the level of, for example, 2020 winter. We had different gradings between the default and the 2020 winter. Why? Because initially the grade values were not created at level of the default year and term. They have been created manually at level of 2020 winter. So 2020 winter values will not be defaulted automatically to the 2020 fall because they were not being initially defined at the level of the default. When I do define them at the level of the default, they will be defaulted to all the years that I have been created previously. So this is very important to always make sure if I ever created a new credit type, for example, always I define the grade values of this new credit type at the level of the default in order to migrate this data from the default to the other created years. For example, default Credit. So academic year and term, it's a default. Credit type, it will be set as credit because we chose the credit type. And I start to define the grades. For example, 100, it's 100 for the repeat. The quality points earned by getting a 100 grade, and this, of course, you know that this quality point will be combined by the number of credits in order to display on the transcript define a quality point. For example, if the student got a 100 on a course, and this course has a quality point of 4.3, and this course has 3 credits, then the quality points earned is 4.3 times 3, that is the number of credits, and it will be displayed at the level of the transcript. And all these values here, it will be depending on the policy. For example, if it's an attempted credit, if it's an earned credit, a total credit, a transfer credit, a GPA credit, contact hours, the rank. And we arrived to the rank. Here we have faced issues about the rank. Initially, when you attempted to define the value of the rank, all the values at the system were identical, which it means that all the previous ranks were equal to 1. This is an issue because the rank is, or affects the repeatable courses and the transfer. What does it has an effect on the transfer? The rank of the transfer grade should be equal to the last passing grade in the system. For example, if considering the last passing grade in the grade values for the credit type is 50, then the rank of the transfer should be equal to the rank of the grade value equal 50. So if the rank of the grade value 50 is, I don't know, 47, the rank of the transfer grade should be 47 to make them equal at the system to calculate the same correctly. Pam, about your question previously about the transfer, instead of setting TR here, you can just, but you have a P. That's a P. So, for example, instead of the TR, you can remove that, okay? And you have the transfer credits, you will define that as yes, but it's a transfer credit. And you will adjust the rank of the P, that is a transfer credit, to make it equal to the rank of the lowest passing grade in the system. So the passing grade, the lowest one, for example, if it's 50, then the rank of the transfer credits here should be equal to the rank of the lowest passing grade in the system. Okay?
So we will have P grades for non-transfer courses too.
The non-transfer.
So for,
But what does what's the difference between a transfer, a P for the transfer and P for the non-transfer? What is the case when you use P for non-transfer?
well, P is the same essentially, but don't you have to identify somewhere that credit earned was earned by transfer credit?
It's from here. The transfer, that's a transfer grade when we set the value as yes.
Right.
Okay, but I'm asking you, what's the difference for you at UCP? The P for a transfer credit and the P from, why do you keep or you give a P value for a student that is not transferred? In which case? Or for the non-credit courses you mean?
I don't think that we use it except for transfer. We use P only in passing for transfer.
There will be some courses that will be very answer and very clear.
These are
Eventually there will be.
non-credit courses?
like for example, I think for just a solution, you can create a new credit type. You can call this credit type as pass-fail credit type. And it could be a credit course that has a credit type of pass and fail. And then when you create this credit type, create a new record here to the default credit type pass fail. You add P and F. Your passing grade, and then the issue will be solved. So for these courses that only supports P and F, you will assign them when you create them of the catalog and the section, the credit type, pass and fail, and then you will the grades accordingly will be defaulted of P and F. Okay? Cool? Great.
That's for the, really for the other product, we have for the MBA.
Yes, we already discussed that with Nermin, and she said that the MBA has the same grade values as so, it's not the case, you should create a new credit type. The new credit type, for example, you can define it as MBA credit. Okay? And then under the credit type MBA credit, you will define the adequate grades for the MBA credit. The same, MBA non-credit.
There already is an MBA non-credit.
Excuse me.
We already created it before Christmas.
The non-credit one. Yeah,
There's the
credit
MBA.
and the credit one, I think, the same.
We do have past it.
This is the testing. Let me check on the production if you have created
I think so,
that.
you kind of.
So I can help you
They
directly.
had a different passing. Yeah.
Let me see. So these are the credit type at level of the production. So if you want, for example, you have, so that's an MBA credit that is slightly different from the credit. Okay. If you have MBA non-credit, so okay, it's a passive trade. So you can use a passive trade. Okay. But if you feel more comfortable of creating specific credit type than MBA, it's the same scenario. Create a credit type. You know what you do to create credit type to rotate the credit types. Okay. You create MBA credit and you assign the grades. But the most important thing when you create a new credit type, the first thing you should define is default, and then you define the values in order to move.
For the non-credit, because the non-credit is really that's what they, unless it's,
Yeah, so it will depend on the case. Okay.
And then the rank, as I said before, it should be a sequential number. For example, 100 is rank 1,
900 is rank 2, 88, rank 3, and so on until the other finishes.
the only exception is the transfer where you should specify the rank of the transfer equal to the last or least passing grade in the system.
Yes, currently algorithms applicable because the Powercampus is a common. If you want for the user, just place that to the mean and she will place it back to the upper management. Okay? Because there's not an option of remove or add. Okay? So they remove from the code itself. But zero, it means that the MBA does not collect quality points. We do not collect quality points.
because the requested to have quality.
That's another case. If the MBA does not collect quality points, if you put 0 on the quality points here and all the quality points will be equal to 0. But if you collect the quality point, but you do not want to display the value of the quality point, that's where we have a modification. But if there is no collection of quality points, there is no calculation of quality points.
Do we have the option to keep the quality points but make it non-visible on the transcript?
No, that's the modification that we're talking about. Okay?
So that's for the grade values. We have something else that is called repeat values. Repeat values, mainly it's not similar to the grade values. Um all the details are actually being defaulted. The only important thing that you depend on your policy is the flag of the count the highest grade, which is applicable at your case. It is being checked initially for all the repeat values. This section here, if you can remember yesterday when we talked about the grading and the workflow of the grading, I told you that there are the system or the system administrator opens a specific period of the grading. There's a drop-down menu where the system displays multiple year and term, and I told you that these year and terms were opened by the system administrator in order to allow you to grade the students. Where we can open these grading periods, it's from tools, setup, grades, select sessions, click arrow to select. So all these sections that are on the second half of the screen, these are the opened periods. If I want to remove a period, I just click on it and it will be removed. If I want to add a period, for example, I click on the upper section and it will be added here. Okay? Yeah.
Our transcripts currently show that the GPA of say 2.65. Can we have them? This is a little bit. Can we have them? So that they do round up or round down?
I think yes, there is an option in the system, but you want to go down to like which one is that?
Well, we want to be round down or round down.
But like
Yeah,
two
that's
less
fine.
seconds or like
So,
if we got, for example, one noise.
so we just need to be consistent with this story format.
So it's one like an example. If we got a 1.65, we want to display 1.6.
Anything about 5 if we round it up.
So it's 1.7. Maybe the suggestion mean to send, we can add, for example, a new value here, for example, rounded GPA and the transcript. So you will have the initial GPA and the rounded one. Okay, but this is still like you can add this stuff. So we have both values displayed.
Okay.
Okay.
So when can you go back to repeated there?
Which one?
To the category for repeated.
This?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is where we would set, so right now our repeated courses are not being considered as attempted, and they should be. So that's where we would flag it here, right?
Mm-hmm. So it's the setup that you should be adjusting. Okay?
Okay.
So we proceed to something called degree requirement setup. At the level of the workflow of the degree requirement setup, if we open it, we will have three basic screens that we need to create the academic plan of the student. Currently, Pam, do you use the academic plan?
No, it's not.
Later on. Okay. So, the academic plan is built based on three basic steps. The first one is to create a classification. Classification means for a matriculation year and a specific matriculation term. What does matriculation year and term means? It means that the admission year of the student. For example, the students of 2019 fall. I want to create the academic plan for these students. For example, this value that was added previously, it means that, for example, the students of, it's here to left, it's here one. The students of year one, semester one, I want to assign for them specific courses. And these courses will be, for example, like a block of courses that is part of the academic plan that should be displayed for them at the level of the self-service during the academic plan registration period. So, for example, year one, semester one, if I click on courses, at this level, I can list the list of courses that are mandatory for year one, semester one students. I still didn't link them to any curriculum, to any program. We're going to arrive to that. Okay? So it's like a puzzle. We're going to build it, each piece next to the one. If you go through the fields, we have catalog ID, we have subtype. The enrolled sequence is the sequence of how the student will be taking this course. Okay, so he will be taking, for example, this first one and then the second one because it's 1, 2. Required, if these courses are all required, for example, in the academic plan, the student is forced to take all of these courses. Accept any passing grade, it means that the course will be defined as completed or passed if he got any passing grade on this course. So if he got a D, or if he got a C, or if he got an A, it's the same, the course was completed. But if for any case you want to assign a specific minimum grade for the student in order to set this course as completed, you should uncheck the flag and define the minimum grade value for this course to be completed if the student earned the related grade. Okay. So, for example, we created the classification year 2, semester 1, and now want to add the discipline that is related to the classification created. We're still talking about the same matriculation year and term, the same year of admission. For example, for the students of 2019 fall. This is a record that has been created previously. For example, business score. For the business score, I want to assign for them the classification that I have created in the upper screen. I can have business score, then I can have, for example, elective courses, I can have major courses, I can have accounting core. It depends on the discipline that I have in my system. So, for example, the business score, minimum and maximum grades. For example, I can assign, if I want to consider the case that I want the student to take all the courses inside the academic plan. And in our case, we defined two courses, which are business and something else business. The total is 6 credits. So the minimum credit should be 6 and the maximum credit should be 6. Why? Because I want the student to take all the courses, all the credits. I'm forcing him. This is your academic plan. You don't have the option to choose 3 out of 6 credits. You should take the 6 credits. So this is where I can define this. The same thing for the minimum courses. In the previous classification, I had defined 2 courses, business and something else business. If I want to force him to take both courses, then the minimum courses is 2 and the maximum is 2. The classification, the minimum could be defined as 0. And I hit save.
So does the business course relate with in the duration year? Because every year there's courses that change.
Yes, now we are building the matriculation year and term 2019 fall. So all the students that were admitted, for example, in 2019 fall, will follow this academic plan. But if for the students that were admitted in 2020 winter that will seek another plan, okay, for the same program degree curriculum, I'll show you where you can link the program degree curriculum, you should define another academic plan for them. That is why you have the matriculation year and term for these cases. Okay? Now I want to link the previously defined classification, and it's from here. Okay? So you have the loop option. I just double click on it. The print order, you can put it to 1 and it's like a sequential number for you. As I said before, we are talking about the case where we want to force the student to take all the credits. So since we have 2 courses and each course is 3 credits, we can put minimum 6, maximum 6, minimum 2, and maximum 2. And I hit save. If I double click on courses, I can define the courses from here.
So to build something like this, all the courses that are going to be offered with that degree need to be built in the catalog.
All the courses
That would be offered in that degree have to be built in the catalog, right? So like right now, we're only offering first and second year courses, but part of the degree plan will be fourth year courses. So those fourth year courses.
exactly. So at the level of the catalog, you will define, for example, year 4, semester 1, for example, year 4, semester 2, and the courses related to each one.
So all those courses that you put in have to be built already.
Of course, in order to have the related academic plan built at the level of the site service. Okay? So, let's proceed. I will redefine now. And I hit save. The final step to complete the academic plan is to define the degree requirement. What is a degree requirement? It means that for matriculation year 2019 and matriculation term fall, print order you can leave it 999. For example, for the graduate program, degree MBA, curriculum business administration, I can assign for them the discipline that I have created previously. For example, it was business core. And then I define the maximum credit, the minimum maximum courses, and eventually I will define the classification. I will delete that and make a new one. Okay, for example, undergrad, BBA, business administration. Okay, great. Okay, so eventually, when I click on view, this is the resume of the academic plan. What does that mean? This means that the program of the degree BBA, the curriculum and business administration, for the business school, for the second year semester one, they should be taking the business 2410, the business 2310. The minimum credits are 6, the maximum credits are 6, the minimum courses are 2, the maximum courses are 2, and the included GPA is yes. That's the basic academic plan, for example, for the business core classification. If I assign this academic plan to a student and log into the student at level of the self-service, I will see the academic plan reflected at the level of the self-service. The next step would be to go at the level of workflow, academic plan, and assign for the student that is undergrad, BBA, Business Administration, matriculation year 2019, fall, this academic plan. Which one? I'm gonna open it, but still before, I just want to create a student. Let me see. I'm just creating a student to show you the academic plan. If I go to academic, 19 fall, session 1, program undergrad, BBA, business administration, active, it's so it's from workflow, academic plan. I can search for the student the same way I do search for the student anywhere in the system, or I can, if I have the ID, I can click on open and then fill the ID. Okay, so this is the student. Under change plan tab, I will fill the matric year and term, the program, undergrad, the degree, BA, BBA, okay, and then business administration, record type, it's an actual. I will define the section, print order, you can always leave it 999. I click on save, and then I click on the button process to re-evaluate the academic plan. I say yes, and I say okay, and that's the academic plan that was assigned for the student that is this undergrad BBA business administration, and this is the same academic plan that we have created at the level of degree requirements setup. Okay, cool. Questions?
So what if you're giving somebody like a substitute course? Like instead of that required course, they got permission to take something else instead?
Right.
So it's an approved substitution, so it's the required section. So in business 2410 is a required course, but the faculty have given permission for business 2810 to fulfill that requirement and make a substitution from the degree.
Like, do you mean that he has the option to take this one or the second one?
Right, but only this student.
The academic plan is not per student. It's per matriculation.
Right, but usually.
But you have the option that academic plan is a combination of and or. So it could be
Just that one student has permission to take 28 instead.
It's just an exceptional case where a student can get an approved substitution.
so at this level you should first do not also for all the students required and for this student it's not required and it's substituted by another course you mean? Well, this is a very basic, very specific case, so the system is very general, so it cannot be resolved case by case. But you know,
So what's your customer?
why do you face, for example, such case? Why do you face such cases? Like why the
Well,
students are
we see this quite often, for various reasons. So, an example here is there are some students who, in their first year of engineering, took UPEI 1020. And the program requires UPEI 1010. So we will need to apply a substitution to their degree hours to allow UPEI 1020 to fulfill the UPEI 1010 requirement. But it's only for certain students.
so you mean by that if a student I think in UPI 2020 it is all similar he took the UPI 1010.
So it's only in that requirement.
Right.
Yes, but if this to fulfill the requirement, if he took UPI 2020, it will mean that he took UPI 1010 to fulfill this requirement. So you can define UPI 2020, UPI 1010, or you create UPI 2020 at the level of the cross tag. Because you are challenging that if he took UPI 2020, he took previously the UPI.
But it's just for this one student. It's not for
You're talking
everybody.
about the same student.
But not everybody.
So you have to do that
And
manually.
sometimes, yeah, so how do you do it?
From Powercampus, from the registration. For example, if he registered for the kind of plan, okay, and he got, for example, he registered in the course that he should not be registering because he took another course, which is equivalent. You just drop him from the course and you add manually the new course. You have to do this manually in this case.
I don't know, no, because it's going to show the details of our course.
Yeah, he's not registering in 10. He's taking
So
10 or 20.
here's another
instead.
scenario too. So sometimes when students are in their, maybe approaching their final semester of graduating,
Okay.
and they need their final, say, math courses to complete their program
Okay.
requirements. And they may need, say, business, 4340.
Okay.
But it's not being offered. So in order to let the student proceed and graduate, the dean might say, okay, we'll let you take business 4740 instead of 4340. So they're replacing it. So it's what we would call at UPEI a substitution, or in colleague, it's called an exception.
So in this case, since the first course is not being offered,
this semester, eventually he will not be finding it in the academic plan, right? So the first one, 43, 40, it's not in the academic plan, but it's not offered. So he, for example, registered for all the courses, but he still has one course that is missing, and it's not being offered in this course. This is called your intervention, where you should go to the registration tab from Powercampus and do register the substitute course eventually manually to make it number of final classes for the graduation equal for the requirement.
Why is that not going to reflect on his transcript when you actually took 43 when you didn't?
But like you are assigning to him another course that has already been taken in previous. No. Again, look, let me write that. Can I write it?
Sure. There's a blank.
Yeah, right there.
Sure.
Okay. So if I ask 43, 40, okay, this course is not being offered in this semester, okay? 2020 winter. Alright. I'm a student. I should be graduating. I have finished all the courses. I still have US 43, 40 to graduate. But it's not being offered in the academic plan. Okay? So you want to register him to another course that is, for example, the US 4740 instead of the US 4340. You can do that manually. And even like in the transcript, he will be able to see the US 4740 and not the US 4340 because he got registered in the US 4740.
Yeah, so if you register in 4740, how's it going to show in the degree plan that that's replacing? Yeah.
I'm not sure there is something like that in the system for the substitution cases for the student. Because it will still be missing as the US 4340 and and 47% the US 40. Maybe eventually you will we can set it manually as completed the academic plan. And that is by introduction of some of the IT they can do that and that you can tell the student that he goes from 740, please set the academic plan, at the level of the academic plan, the business 4340 as complete for him. Okay? Maybe you will.
But he didn't complete it, so let's say it was.
But he took the substitution, right?
Yes, but let's say it was like 2730 and 3730 requires that course. If you mark it as complete, is it going to show that he completed it and it's going to show as having a prerequisite completed? When you really didn't do that course.
You mean that, for example, for this course, he needs another prerequisite?
No, let's say you kept going into, let's say he wasn't graduating, he needed like 5340. And 5340 requires 4340. But he didn't take 4340.
So the substitution at this case is not a valid scenario because you are like substituting one course instead of another course which is prerequisite. So if it's valid, do you do that?
No, what I'm trying to say is, so if he wanted to take the next, like a different course that required, like let's say he wanted to take another course that's not required, he just wants to take it as an elective, but 4340 is the prerequisite for it. If he didn't take 4340, but somebody marks 4340 as complete, well, that shows that he took 4340, so then she'll have to take the next course.
So you mean you want to, okay, so what I mean kind of shows that as every academic. So what you say, that if 4340 was for 5340,
Yes.
he took the substitution.
Yes.
He didn't take that. And
Yes.
once he came to register in 5340, he will not be able to understand what shows that this meets a prerequisite. So at this case, you
But
should.
if somebody marks it as completed, like in his plan, we're allowed to take it because it's just like.
You should check that. You should check that because it's small scenario, okay? And make a small scenario and just check the result. Still not doesn't choose
Yeah, so I
refer
can't,
that to us so we can.
but I can't do that until we figure out how to make.
Yeah, I mean, still get pending for that.
Yes.
Okay, but still, if the result is still not quite fulfilling, we should find a workaround solution for it. Okay?
What time is it? 1:43. How much time do we still have? Now, we will talk about something called facility management. Under facility management, we will have the access to create or to, complete the facility of our institution. For example, the buildings. We have building A, we have building B. The rooms inside this building, the floor inside this building. Why do we need to complete all that? Maybe not all of you will be doing that. Maybe some specific people will be doing that, the IT. But why do we do that? For scheduling purposes later on, because these data will be transferred to the automatic scheduling tool to allocate the courses accordingly. How we can do that? From workflow, facility management, we have for the first one is campus. We can create the number of campuses that we do have in the system. If I double click on U of Canada, for example, U of Canada, University of Canada, and this is the main campus. If I have another branch of U of Canada, for example, I don't know, at Alexandria, I can create another campus like this one. For U of Alexandria. Let's set it as business. And this is a satellite campus. It's not a main campus. While the main campus of U of Canada, Alexandria, is U of Canada that was created before it. Okay? And I hit on save. The address is the address where you fill all the details, phone numbers as well. Attributes, I will show you the importance of attribute in the second screen, which is I have here campus. I can scroll to buildings. If I click on building, I will see the building that are for each campus. For example, if I go to building A, this building A is related to U of Canada campus. If I want to create a new building, as you can see, I can relate the new created campus, which is U of Canada Alexandria. It means that this building is for U of Canada Alexandria and not for the main campus U of Canada. For example, building 1. Attributes. For example, if this building is open during Monday and Wednesday, or on Sunday, or on Tuesday and Thursday, these attributes will be eventually reflected at the level of the advanced scheduler during the allocation of the courses. Later on, for the buildings, I want to create the related rooms or floor before the room. So I go to floor. Then for each building, I create or I add its related floor. For example, building B, that is floor number 1 for building B. Number of rooms are 5. Allow scheduling, it means that I want to take this floor into consideration during the advanced scheduler process. And then for this floor, I want to create its own rooms. Then I scroll to room. For example, the first one, it's building B. I'll give the room a code, for example, B102. I specify the name, the type, the minimum occupancy, the maximum occupancy, the floor that was created previously, and the allow scheduling to take it into consideration. Attributes, for example, if this room has an interactive panel, if this room have a PC, if this room have a TV screen, how many interactive panels, how many PCs, how many TV screens. So all of these attributes are used eventually in the advanced scheduling. For example, I can select like some courses are mandatory to have PCs, for example, for the labs. So if I define here PC, then I can reflect that at the level of advanced scheduler, and the automatic allocation will take into consideration, for example, that for example, the US Lab 01 is mandatory to have PCs in its room. So it will give them, for example, B102 instead of B101 because B101 does not have PCs and B102 has PCs. Questions? Clear? Some very difficult, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. You have a question? Huh? Okay. So we will proceed to something called academic standing. And by academic standing, we mean the probation. How we can create our probation rules. We go to Tools, Setup, and we have the academic standing screen. Under the academic standing screen, we will define the academic standing rules. For example, let me empty this. Here, set. Yes. I'll define for the default, for the overall GPA, I will hit the store and then I click on next. For example, I want to apply the probation on the overall GPA. It means that, for example, the students that have overall GPA between 1 and 2, I want to print on the transcript, for example, probation 1 or warning or any type of probation term I want to include. So, for example, if I choose overall GPA and I hit select, it got been displayed over here, and I click on next. The second thing to do is to define the value of this rule. It means that the overall GPA from 0, for example, to 2, I click on this next button, and then I will go to the academic standing. I define the same from 0 to 2. And understanding, I will define the values of the probation. For example, good standing, probation, suspended. So it's related to the value that I want to be displaying. For example, probation, and then next, and I hit finish. If I close, okay, so now we've been doing that on the production, so I should be removing it and doing it again. Finish. I will close that, and use the testing database again. Academic records, tools, setup, academic standing, default, overall GPA, store, next, overall GPA, next, from 0 till 2, I click on next, from 0 till 2, standing here, for example, first probation. Go through next and finish. Okay. Then it was 2020 winter, overall GPA, store. I'll tell you why I chose 2020, because we're gonna set for the user PAM the probation one, and user PAM was in 2020. Next, finish. Now, if I go to transcript, I will open the user PAM. We gave yesterday PAM 100, so let's consider PAM got a 50 out of 100. I will define the change reason, hit on save. And as you can see, the first probation was printed now on her transcript because she got a cumulative GPA of 0.7, which is between the range of 0 and 2 that was defined at the level of academic standing. Okay? Cool?
Can we go back to academic standing?
Sure.
So, we need to define.
I'll open it again.
So we
This is your.
also need to define, and I'm assuming it will be an overall 50 credits.
Yes, you can define multiple factors or criteria to build the probation rule on it.
So students who have attempted minimum of 9 credits are subject to academic review.
Okay, so you can add the overall attempted credit, you mean? Okay, so next. So it could be between the value of 1 and 9. Let me see. Delete. Oh, it's under the exception. Selected the branch. So for example, if we remove that, okay, wait. Okay, overall GPA.
So do you have to highlight the overall attempted credits there?
Wait, excuse me?
On the screen that you were just on?
This one?
Do you have to highlight overall, I mean, your selected levels? Do you have to highlight overall attempted credits?
You have to hide which one? This is
Yeah, do you have to be on that? Like, see where it's blue for overall GPA? Do you have to be on it? Or-
You mean like that?
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, I'll show the, I'll check if there's, we can add multiple, than, more than one criteria or more than one level. Okay, so how many levels like you would think that it should be needed to add the probation rules? The overall GPA and the overall attempted credits?
And it's only done at the end of the winter semester. Academic standing is only noted in the transcript at the end of the winter semester. It's not
Well,
at the end of every semester.
so it's at the end of which semester?
Winter, at the end of winter.
But I don't think we can specify a period for that,
I
but
think we did, I think we have no facts.
let me,
That's about our transcripts. I think we have.
okay, I'll check for you for the first one if we could add multiple levels, and then if we can specify a period. Okay, and if it's not doable, we can provide a workaround solution for it. Okay. Now, we're going to talk about the graduation process before we take the break. And this is very easy. So, from tools, from workflow, graduation processing, we have three basic simple steps where we can prepare the student to the graduation. We apply for the graduation, we give him the certification for graduation, and then we graduate him. So the first step, for example, the filter. This means that I want to, for example, I have lots of students in the system. I want to filter the students that I want to display and select among them in order to make it easy for me. Okay, for example, I want just now to filter the students having the curriculum of accounting for the undergrad and choose among them the students that should be applying for graduation. Okay, so this is the importance of the filter at this level. Let's use the default so we can display all the students. So all the students now, because we didn't specify any program, any degree, any curriculum, are are displayed. As you can see, the status here is not applied, okay, because we still did not apply any of these students. The second one is ACA plan complete. If the academic plan is completed, this value would be yes, and then for you it's a meaningful status value in order to choose the completed academic plan. Considering that we want any of the student, I don't know, even if he did not complete the academic plan, I can select him and click add all. I can click on add all button and all the students will be displayed here. And if I want to add the students manually without going through the list, I can fill the ID of the student in the add ID field and press on add ID, and the student will be displayed in the apply for graduation table. When I have done, let me write down the ID. I will click on process to change the status from not applied to applied. Process complete. I will close the screen and go to the certified for graduation. Again, the filter will pop up automatically so I can filter the students accordingly. Now, as you can see, the system only shows me all the students with the status having it applied because I'm in the second screen now. Since in the first screen I have chosen only one student for the apply for graduation and it's the only student that has the status as applied, so the system only retrieved the student as status applied. The same steps that were done in the first screen are done in the second one. So I select the student, I click add or add all if I have multiple students that I want to certify. So add, the student is on the second table and then process and the process complete. The second and the final step, so now the student is certified for graduation and I want to graduate him. So I go to graduated, the same filter option to filter the students that I want. I will choose the default. And now only the certified status students will be displayed under the screen in order to process their final graduation from the university. Same steps, it's add or add all. I specify the session of graduation, hit on process, and this is the final step of the graduation. Any question about that? No? Okay. As you can see, this is the hat of graduation. It got displayed here because we applied, certified, and graduated the student. Okay, in the 2020 winter. That's what we talked about yesterday, that when we graduate a student, the hat of graduation will be displayed as a logo to indicate to the registrar office that this student has been graduated successfully and completed his academic plan. Question? No? Okay, so basically, we talked about everything in the academic record set flow. We know how now to grade, to set the grades, to register, to create courses, academic standing, to graduation, the academic plan, the advisor. So in our next session after the break, we're gonna talk about the importance of the advisor regarding the student, how the advisor can help the student register, how the advisor has the authorities to allow some courses to be registered. He can approve the registration of these courses or he can decline them case by case for his advisees, how he can check the main details of the advisees, how the student can register online from the traditional courses, from the section search, from the academic plan. This will be divided between today and tomorrow because it's kind of a big section. And we're going to see briefly as well the advanced scheduler, how the advanced scheduler actually works and how we can allocate the courses into the system. Okay? Sorry, I'm talking a lot about this information. Okay? You can have your break now. You asked about something yesterday about the issue. So it was something wrong with the data. The students were very interested in the was taking once making hours. You got the student Native means it's not used. So I think that as active, I say, not special. Okay, so if you can, I tried it myself because I should require it, so you can check yourself and okay, and it's fine.
Okay. It's on your agenda for these training sessions, it's significant.
No, because we're just kind of so it's not pricey. But and it's more that way, it's not the registrar or the admission who's doing that. But if you want us to do that, you can ask the same from the beginning, like for me, especially if
Well, I registered to burn out. Producing all the verifications, letters, where she said, so.
exactly.
I guess when we get to it, underneath.
Exactly. Since it's like not a common thing, it's just specified for one or two people because it's like done once and that's it. So we can use it the right training. Okay. Okay. The flow.
Perfect.
What do you need?
Registration plans. So is there a way to set it, so I think the rule is 5 courses, but if you have a 2.7 GPA, you can register in 6 on that.
Okay, so you can classify as a level of the student the number of courses. Maybe a solution could be to generate for the student has GPA above 2.5. And then for this student, you have to go and adjust.
So you have to manually join the student.
Yes, because it's either a general one for all the students, but if you have a specific case where you want for the students to be done, I don't know which GPA, you have to go to student and change. But if you have lots of students, maybe you can generate a small tool view where you could filter these students that have a lot of this value and adjust the number of characters to a specific number that you have. If you have this case, basically, so she can ask us to choose you. Okay? These are really words, so we can just. So the grade is still one time. But it's like a song. But ما بيخلص يعني الخط ده وصل لأنه ما عم يرجع للمسار ما عم يولع في الخط ولست سيرفر واحد شهر أنا عم بسجل كل شهر كيف بدك تركز على خط مصر مسحوق هلا مثلا خط سيرفر تبع دايرة ما بدي أحس عليها ثواني عندي تشيل معي فيها باسبورت لا الانشاء ما عندنا شيء يعني ما عندنا open my conference. I have done every single month. Yeah, like who are the supervisors who are okay, that's could be a solution. I thought you had another one. وكيف هو سؤال المخالف المساحية بعد الاثنين مثلا be expired after the state أو لا it's open and just like not really charging. You have to allocate every month. If you don't recharge your line, you will lose it for good. Very important. طيب اوكي it's a version that's API typing. And you have to start with no. Okay, I have very subject types, the charges, what. Then I will give you a view of that. Let's say so let's start multiple scholarships. Okay, I can give you a brief description now. So for example, there are scholarships. Hundred scholarships. Okay, which is the most common charges. Somebody died in billing, for example, it's like billing, and billing or tuitions. Here tuitions, there's somebody died, it's not tuition. For example, that's tuition, tuition. I don't tuition is not a real branches. That's something that's not something. Something like the global which is not motion. كل دي parts motion. ما بعرف engineering دي motion بس كانت اوكي. طيب that's it. So تحط انا هون مثلا هاي summary تاعي انا هقول كل ال charges يعني summary تاعي equal to motion. اوكي. هاي مثلا summary like motion. الوشن يعني ينفع نابلاي ال مثلا الداتا انجينير حطيته انا في محل معين بس ديفاين انه هو الوشنز احكمت دائما هي الرولز تبع الريسيرش هلا
شوف لي إذا في أكسس عليها. أوكي هون مثلا disbursement policy.
هون البوليسي اللي خلقنا under سكين لابل اللي كانت اسمها scholarship disbursement policy هون بعمل لها لينك. اوكي for example academic scholarship. اجت tuition. بدك تحدد scholarship percentage او specific amount. يعني انت بدك تخصمي 10% من كل التشارجز او كل التويشن ولا بدك تخصمي بس amount معين. اوكي؟ فنحسب مثلا ما بعرف percentage.
I will hit yes. Level full. مثلا هون بتحط البرسنتج مثلا 10. كم سكولرشيب عندنا مثلا؟ فيك يكون على عدد التلاميذ عندك 100 تلميذ توتال مثلا او باول سنه بتحطي مثلا 100 رح انا هلا وحده. برجع requirements هون بتعرفي for example GPA يمكن number of credits عرفتي يمكن committee decision مثلا انت فيك تستعمل مثلا number of credits ليش؟ لانه اول سنه مثلا هالقد البركي عنده مثلا 160 credit وعنده number of credits معين for example فيك تحطي for number of credits for example بتحط الديسكريبشن من بعدها بتعبي السورس تايب usually هذا بتحطيه على طول جنريك سيف. هون بتحطي الستودنت اللي انت بدك تعملي عليه السكولرشيب تعملي له اوورد. هات لشوف لك search people لا يمكن هون ما تزبط لأنه بعد ما طبقنا نحن الفاينانشال رولز على هول الستودنتس، يعني من شو بدي أخصم. بس خلينا نجرب. applied score أنا هون شو حطيت؟ ما بعرف. سكور مثلا أنا حطيت number of credits. كم number of credit؟ عرفتي؟ يعني السكور تبع number of credits محطوط بقلب الريكوايرمنت هون. اوكي مثلا بحط award scholarship for PAM status awarded level full ايش البرسنت 10% لحاله for the academic for example award رح احط yes does not have charges. شفتي؟
انه بعد ما عملوا البدري انا كان احط له البدري كودز عملوا اساس انا فشلت بس ما عملت اساس تكاليف على اساس انه فاينانشال رولز يعني انا مثلا بحط كذا 100 دولار فشلت 6 كذا طلع كيف بدي اخذ الشيء الاساس بس انا الاساس انا بنزل لك نور فبصير ليش؟ ليش 100 سنة على number of credits ما طبقنا بعد ما عملنا شيء يعني هي المشكلة وأنا ما شيء صراحة أكيد بعد تشوف إنه أصلا
Thank you. مية.
Today? Or in another room? We stay here for the afternoon. For the afternoon?
Yes, we have the advanced schedule.
No, but we're in the same room, are we?
The rest of the time,
But we're in the same room, right?
We're the same room for the whole day, yes. This is the question.
We can get a little eat.
Eat? Okay. Let me show you what yes. صار يا جماعه الريت هنا هنا
I'm eating my nuts, get some nuts.
These are like little pizzas on the croissant. You're just lucky I didn't do this.
Not here.
Sweet.
Student, so how the students eventually can get enrolled or get to register in the courses, how he can search for the courses, how he can select, for example, an academic plan that was assigned to him, and all the other stuff related from the schedule, how he can check his transcript, and all the details. So, the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna log into a testing user. Eventually, this interface is a testing interface. This is not the sure. Yeah, I was just saying that. Okay. That's the interface, and this is what you have now. This is the production interface. So because you are
different information on here.
it's the same information, just the interface. So I mean the logo, the customization, all the visual, exactly.
Okay.
Just the visual interface of the
I've seen other people, they can get grades and records and things on Powercampus, and I can't.
This is self-service, while Powercampus is the related module to self-service. It's a different application.
Okay, so how do we get that as well?
Get what specifically?
You were wondering about the marks and stuff like that?
Powercampus, yeah.
That's not what he's going to show us today.
No. We don't have access to this.
Okay.
I've only got self-service.
That's self-service.
Hey, can we, access to the system is provided through the registrar's office.
Oh,
So we've gone through this.
we have asked, but
No, we asked about this, not register.
access
Okay,
issue. So,
okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, what we are basically and exclusively going to talk today about the importance of an advisor towards the advisees, how he can allow them to schedule in some courses, how he can decline that, how the advisor can help on the student interface or on a student account to have them register from personally without any other help. So first thing to do is to log in to a student. So each student registered in the university will have eventually its own self-service credentials. So basically, these are the tabs that will be visible for the students. Some tabs could be omitted for the student based on some specific requirements or some specific needs that's based on the university policy. The first thing that the student is interested to see or to check is the registration. So the registration is the most important thing for the student because the first impact with the self-service portal of the student is to register. In order to access the registration, there's the register tab, and under it we have multiple options. We'll first discuss the traditional courses. Under these traditional courses, when we invoke it, we have on the right, on the left menu, section search, academic plan, and view schedule. And then we have the period and status of the period. What about the status of the period? This status of the period is related to a parameterization done at the level of Powercampus at a screen called academic calendar. In the screen, there's something called the start date and the end date of the registration period. Whenever the students overpass this registration period, the system will not allow him to register in the courses. And I'll show you how. For example, if I go to Powercampus, on the previous sessions, the people that were not there already discussed some of the details of the academic calendar and how they will be defining the academic calendar accordingly. For example, for 2020 winter, we have something called registration date and last registration date. If I overpass the last registration date, the system will not allow me as a student to register into the system. Let's change the last registration date. For example, let's make it 10. And then go again. As you can see, you are not eligible to register at this time. Why? Because we overpassed the registration period. This is the, this is the importance to set up correctly the academic calendar at the Power Campus side in order to reflect its role and its importance on self-service. So we're gonna reopen the registration period. Okay, and then it is okay to register for the student. The open period will be displayed in a hyperlink stating the year and the term that the registration is opened for it. When I click on the hyperlink, I will have this window. This window will allow me to use the section search to find the courses to add to the cart, or if I have an academic plan assigned for the student, he can just go to the academic plan and proceed with the registration. And then, for example, as you can see in the below table, I already have a course that was registered for the student, EAP1 lecture, and the status is registered. I have another course that is EAP1 lecture session 1 that is awaiting advisor approval. How we can get these two statuses and what's the difference between the two of them? Well, if we go to the section search, the system will provide for me two features, a basic search and an advanced search. As its name says, it's advanced, so it contains more filter to be able to display the needed course. While if I choose basic search, I just select the period and I hit on search, all the courses are displayed for me. The courses that I do not see an add button next to them, this means that I already assigned to register to these courses. For example, if I want to register to the, let's choose maybe physics, okay? So I have the basic details for me as a student to know that is the course that I want to register in. For example, I have the instructor name, then I have the foundation physics, and here we have a hyperlink of the course. If I click on the hyperlink, I will see a brief about this course. This brief or this abstract or this resume of the course was previously defined at the level of Powercampus, where the people assigned to create the course and its related sections has defined this brief inside Powercampus. They defined the description, the subtype description, the instructor, the duration, the schedule, all of these details are done from our campus from the related assigned members. So the student has the access to see this brief of the course in order to know or to get an idea about the course that he's allowed to register in. We close the window. We have the schedule again here. And this 24 out of 25, it means that if we go to the up of the page, these are the available seats. Then there's 24 out of 25 available seats for the student. Whenever the seats are fully booked and all the seats were taken, the student eventually will not be able to register to the course. If I click on Add, I have two options, View Card or Proceed to Registration. View Card is just a simple view where I can see all the courses that are still not registered and still in my cart and still pending. While Proceed to Registration, I will go straight to the registration section where the system, by hitting some of buttons, he will start validating all the validations that I want them to include in the system. For example, the conflict of schedule, the maximum participants already overpassed in the course, the prerequisite, the co-requisite. All of these validations are defined by the system and are validated by the system at the level of the registration. But at any time, I can overpass or I can allow, omit actually any of these validations. This depends on the policy and it is done through the system administrator users from our campus. We will go to the registration. So the course that I want to register in now has a status in cart. The location is still to be announced because it was not defined at the level of Powercampus. This is the credit type. It has 0 credits, session 1, date. Then, if I hit next, now I'm at the finalized level. If you can see, we have section select period. Then the second step is review schedule. The third one is finalize, and the last one is complete. I cannot go to the last step, to the complete step, if I have any validation that is stopping me as a student. So for any stopping validation, we will not be able to complete our registration. I'll hit next, and then a message will be displayed in front of the student stating that you have successfully submitted your 20 winter schedule for advisor approval. After your advisor approves your schedule, you will be registered to the course and notified. Now comes the role of the advisor to check the courses of their advising of his advisees and then approve or decline the registration accordingly. But for any reason, if we do not want this option in the system and we want the student to register successfully in the course after validating all the conflict and all the prerequisite, and maximum participants, we can remove the option of authorization approval from the system and the student would have been registered to the course successfully without the intervention of the advisor. So this depends on the policy of the university to allow that or to remove it. It's a flag done by the administrator user of self-service.
I was just gonna ask a question, was there any decision on whether we would be doing that, verification step to advisors, or would it be? How would we do that with flow? Okay.
But can you register a course as a prerequisite, just show us how that works?
Yes, I should check which one has a prerequisite, of course. So, calculus. Okay, let me check because this is a testing database, so it's a bit different from. Wait. I think this one. Registration card. No. Yes. Search, for example.
Scroll, I can tell you which one was there.
Let me just sections. Okay.
So if you search for math 1910, this as a subject,
Maybe it's not has a section in 2020. Just as for example, let's see this one card. Remove. Okay, bye. One section, this is the one. Prerequisite. So this is a conflict and prerequisite at the same time. Okay, it's conflict of hours and the prerequisite. As you can see, it says that course BUS 100 lecture is not taken. Why? Because at the level of Powercampus, I have assigned that at this level. Okay? We have the option in the system to overpass the prerequisite validation if it's applicable in the policy. It's based on some specific flags done in Powercampus by an administrator user. All right? Any questions so far? Cool. Can proceed? Okay. So now we have a course that is not allowed to be registered due to the conflict and then to a prerequisite. I can just hit on remove. I have one registered course and 3 courses awaiting advisor approval. Before going to the advisor, that's the schedule of the student that if he has the access to see, they will be able to see. But as some cases previously raised by the union, at some cases the student didn't have the access to check the schedule. So if he has the access to check the schedule, that's how he can check his schedule. There's
Times on the left hand, there's also be changed to be customized to our
yes, like for example, if the course
8:30 to 9:55 or something like that.
of course, if like we in Powercampus, this course starts from 8, but if you started from 8:30 to 8:30, for example, it will be displayed between the 8:30, you know,
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that if you're doing it at a glance, you can't tell the exact time.
you want to remove the 8:30.
Well, I mean, I guess it's a suggestion. I mean, if you're doing it just at a glance, you can't actually tell yeah, the exact years. It is hour by hour, which is fine. But it makes more sense if someone's glancing at it to be in terms of periods.
I can check with that if it's doable because currently it's like since it's hour by hour, it's not like the standard wise. But I can know that and then check if we can add like half an hour by half an hour. So for example, you can resolve this conflict. Okay, so as a reference or a key, registered courses are displayed in blue, while waitlisted or pending or holding courses that are awaiting for approval from the advisor are registered in orange, while the courses that are in the shopping cart are in green, which is reflected in this student schedule because he still has 3 courses that are still not approved by the advisor, and that is why we have the orange being displayed in the schedule in addition to the blue registered courses. My profile tab, the student can check basic details about his profile. For example, account information, he can see the username, the student ID, the first name, the middle name, last name, the email address with the university domain. All these details were previously defined at him from Powercampus. Personal information, demographic information, gender, ethnicity, marital status, religion, citizenship, secondary citizenship. So all of these details, as well to the gender identity information, the address. He can add an address if he doesn't have one, a phone number as well. He can add a phone number. And eventually, there's something called shared access. Shared access means, for example, if the student wants to share his profile, for example, with his parents, which is usually no one does that. But if the student wants to share, for example, with his parents, uh, his grades or his data, he can have access on the shared access screen and share the same thing with them. Once he changes them, it will not be affected automatically. It will await an approval from a system administrator in order to make the compatibility between Powercampus and self-service, and eventually it will be posted online when this compatibility is done successfully. Okay, so I will log out now and go to the advisor. Each advisor have his own username and password and his own specific tabs. The first tab is advising. Under this tab, the advisor can eventually see all the information about his own advisees. What are the information? From manage advisees, I can search for a specific advisee and hit search, or if I click on my advisees, I can check all the advisees that were assigned for this advisor. Where we can link a student to a specific advisor is done from Powercampus at the level of the academic tab. We already talked about that, but I can show you again. For example, we created a user that is called Pamela Joyce, and then if we go to the record of Pam, that's the advisor ID that is opened here. So currently it's individually, but I can check, like you mean there's a group of students, they are all rated to one advisor. Okay, let me check that for you.
And then you can like selecting a bunch of students based on certain criteria, set that selected to the bottom.
Yes, all for sure, yeah. That's the one, yeah.
So we have PAM and we have the second user test that we used previously to register. As you can see, we have under the pending schedules an approval with a new endage flag checked. This means that there is a new incoming notification regarding a pending schedule for this user. To access the pending schedule, I can just click on the hyperlink. Under it, I will be seeing all the courses that are awaiting approval from this advisor. And I have three options. I can leave them as pending and not do anything. I can approve them or I can deny them. I can approve all, I can deny all, and validate and apply. I can check the abstract of the course. So now I'm removing the commands. For example, I want to approve, and let's approve all and see. Okay, validate. So I cannot approve the ACCT 1010. Why? Because there's a prerequisite. The following prerequisites were not met. Course BUS 100 lecture not taken. If I go to Powercampus and want to make sure of this information, this is the course. Under prerequisite, I do have the BUS 100 as prerequisite. So I could, as an advisor, deny that and hit validate. If everything is going well, the system will pop up for me a warning or like a notification that the schedule is valid. I can click on OK and apply. Your schedule changes have been recorded for this student. Now, if I log out and log in as a student, sample classes, schedule, student schedule, so these are the courses. Their color change from orange, as it means that we're on hold, and then change to registered in blue. Any questions so far? All is good? Okay. I will go again to the advisor. Manage advisees. My advisees. For example, I have some interesting options in the system. If I want to send an email to Pam, I can select Pam and click on email selected. From the email address of the faculty member, the email address of Pam, keep email address private. I can add the subject, the message, and send the message accordingly. I can download the list of the advisees. I have HTML, Word, Excel, tab separated or comma separated. I can share my advisees with, for example, another advisor. So I can share the list of advisees. Get back. If I hover the mouse over the name of the advisee, I will have several submenus that I can use. For example, here we have no picture available, but later on, all the advisees will have their picture displayed in the system. So for you, it would be easier to identify the identity of this advisee. I can see the schedule, so that's the schedule of the advisee. I can check an unofficial transcript. So that's the unofficial transcript of Pam. She got a cumulative GPA of 0.7. She has been registered to 2 courses. The first one was a transferred course with the grade TR without quality point, while the second one got a 50 with 2.1 quality point, and that's the term and overall attempted credits, earned credits, total GPA credits, transfer credits, quality point, GPA, and eventually the total credits taken and the overall credits values. Back to the list. The grade report, that's the grade report of PAM. While PAM is on an academic standing due to the low GPA, so under awards, I will have the value previously defined at the level of Powercampus, where we previously in our morning session, we have created an academic standing rule where if any student, for example, got an overall GPA between 0 and 2, he will be entering or setting or defining for him a probation, which is the first probation. This first probation is printed here and is printed on the official transcript of the student. Activity grades. Currently, there's no activities. I can check the attendance. We still didn't fill any attendance for the 2 registered courses for PAM, but while there's any registered attendance records for these courses, the advisor has the access to check as an advisor the attendance for his advisees. If I go to activities. So if an activity was created for 2020 Winter Session 1 ACCT 2020 Lecture 1, I will be able to see the activities at this level. Under classes, I can check the schedule where I teach, the faculty schedule. So currently, this is the schedule. Monday, 8:03 a.m. till 9:55 at U of Canada campus, and on Thursday. Again, I can print the schedule. I can select a period if for any reason, I want to check the schedule for this period. If I go to setup, I can, under this setup, create the activities for a course. For example, if I select the course, and these are, for example, the schedule, I can create an activity for the course by add an activity. For example, test 1, activity type, quiz, description, possible point, assigned, due, prevent late submission, counts toward midterm if it's counts toward final, and all the needed details. And this is the first activity that has been created successfully. I can edit, I can delete, and I can copy an activity. If the activity had been given a grade for some students, I will no longer be able to delete this activity. If I want to delete the activity, I should eventually, before deleting it, remove all the assigned grades for the students so I can delete the activity. Yes, because this is not the final or the midterm grade. While the midterm and final grade, they are shared with the students once the advisor submit the grades. When the advisor submit the grades, if he is between the online, for example, online mid-session start date and end date period, before and after this period, and this period of the final level of the academic calendar, he will not be able to submit the grades. And if there's no submission of the grades, eventually the student will not be able to check his grades and they will not be printed on the transcript.
So what are we going to be doing here? If we changed it to only assigned to the final, because some of them were assigned to the midterms. Are we using the assigned to midterm, or are we not using that checkbox in this when we're creating an activity?
What we did last semester, that we assigned all the grades, I'm talking about one course at least, towards the final, because if we.
Yes, that's what we did in the end.
Yeah.
But initial, we weren't told anything different, so it was towards the midterm. So it is what we're doing this semester, only, and that's what, I'm not sure if we need to answer that. Is it only towards the final? You are showing us what it can do, but what should we be doing is what I'm asking. We need to know that. Because right now, you're just showing us how to do it, you're not showing us what we should do. Maybe there's another session coming on, and that's I guess my concern right now is we don't know how we should do it. Because we have to go start creating these activities now, right? Because we get the classes up, so how should we be configuring this so we don't have to go back and reconfigure it later? Yeah. Who can take ownership of that issue and get back?
Everyone.
Someone's going to take, otherwise you're going to have everyone in academics doing it. We need a clear, whether maybe cheat sheets or something like that. But here is how this type of activity should be set up, such as a quiz.
So you don't have to worry. Like if someone is really assigned, and like we can help them eventually step by step through some code or like eventually when you
Yeah,
really
we're talking about rework. So you're asking us to go back and rework something, right? If we don't read it right the first time, then we have to go back and rework it later.
like now what you mean, you do not want to create an activity now in order to start it down to a file or something else.
I want a sheet or a document that I can look at and say, this is our standardized way of how we should set up and configure a quiz. This is a standardized
Well,
way that we
this
should set up.
depends on the university policy and
No,
the
it's not-
British system.
System's flexible. We need,
Yeah, this is very
very flexible. We need a standardization.
exactly.
Otherwise, we'll all set
You
up
will
differently.
eventually you will find like lots of
And
problems.
this will cause inconsistencies in the marks coming through. So,
So from an administrative perspective, as the registrar's office, we are really concerned with the final grades.
sure.
So anything also return, come to the point of grades would be at the academic level. So that's something that needs to be designed by, so that but you're saying it should be consistent for all faculties?
It should be considered, I mean, if it's left to, for example, if I were to go to an academic, I still don't know the best ones. This needs to be something that's brought in conjunction with, you need to know your requirements and make sure it's set up correctly so when you do get it, but someone from academic science, someone from IT, and someone probably from your side just need to get together, decide how each of those. And if your requirement is you just need the final grade, and that's it, then maybe that's it.
You don't require anything on the student record officially other than the final grade.
So you're not doing any other processing, any other aspect. So IT or someone needs to sort of get together. I mean, on the academic side, in order to get that.
Maybe that's something you need to bring.
I will mention to my
Yeah.
associating.
Okay. So, after creating the activity for a course, it is important for a faculty member to know how to set up the activity grades, the overall grades, to set some attendance, for example, if his role is to define attendance, for example. Activity grades are accessible through classes, grading option, and then activity grades. I already chose a course. For example, if I go to the first student, I click on the student's hyperlink, I will be able to fill on the date and the points earned and the grade and then save. The overall grades means the overall grade of the course. But as I explained previously, we have a midterm session and a final session. If these both sessions are not open for the advisor, and by open I mean it's actually from here, let me show you quickly. These are the online mid-session grade start date and end date, and the online final grade start date and end date. If the advisor or the faculty member attempts to fill on the grades before or after these periods, these grades cannot be submitted and eventually the student cannot have access to these grades. He can save the grade for his own personal data, but it will not affect the final transcript of the student. For example, attendance. This is the daily attendance sheet, for example, for September and October. All the hyperlinks that has this little red star, these are missing attendances. If I go, click on the hyperlink, I can define if it's absent, if it's not assigned, or if it's present. If I do choose from this drop-down menu, present, and I say apply status, then all of the students would be present, and I can, for example, select the student and set him absent, and I can save the attendance. Any questions? No? Okay. The advisor, the same, can check his own profile details. He can check his account information, the username, the ID, the first, personal information, demographics and gender identity information, the address, the phone number, and if there's any shared access for him, he can add the same. Under the third advisees of advising, I can check if any other advisor has shared with me all the advisees. So under managed advisees, I can check my own advisees, while under shared advisees, I can check the advisees shared by another professor or faculty member. Go back to the student. The student can still has access on some specific, for example, financial data. He can check his balance. So now this is the summary type of the student. This is the student fees, for example, $100. That's a payment, $50. He can filter the view by balance summary, by detail, by summary type, and if I hit change, the different values would be changed accordingly. For example, the summary type student fees has the student union, the library, and the admission fees, and that's a total. The same thing for the payment. He can still check the same details by charges and credits. They're all eventually referring to the same balance but with different type of views. And even though I can select the periods accordingly. The statements, if there's any statement that has been published from Powercampus to the self-service, the student will be able to check his statement of account. If there's any financial aid linked at the level of Powercampus and done by the finance department for the student, he can check all the financial aid details under this tab. The student as well has the access to check an unofficial transcript, has the permission to request an official transcript from the registrar office, and has the access to check his grade report. All is done, these stuff are done actually from the grades tab. If I invoke the unofficial transcript, this is the unofficial transcript for the student. He can check it at any time. In addition, he can print this transcript and as it. Of course, this is an unofficial transcript. He can request an official transcript, and this request will be sent directly to the users that has access on the transcript screen at the level of Powercampus, which are basically the registrar officers. So there's a specific screen at the level of the registrar officers where they can see the transcript request sent from the student to them and eventually print the official transcript based on the request. The grade report. Yes, but if you had the request transcript, then the student will not have, the option to request from you as a registrar member to print his transcript. So like that's it's replacing the physical actions to come directly to the registrar. Oh, of course you can remove it. Yeah, here you're not official you're not issuing an official transcript. You're sending electronic request to the registrar, so for them to issue the transcript. This is not an issuance of the transcript. This
No,
is
I
a
understand
request.
that, but we would not want to receive even that request here. That request should be.
So how do you
submitted.
want the student to notify you that I want an official transcript? You want him to?
Well, we have to get our process in place, and they will request our.
Oh, okay.
So we do have the option to suppress those two, unofficial and request.
Well, you have the option to omit the option of the request transcript, so we can remove that. Okay, I'll note that. So again, the grade report can be printed the same as the unofficial transcript of the student with the final grade and the term and overall GPA and the attempted and earned credits. You can still access the course catalog or the section search from the search tab. And there's still no, I don't think he has access on the consent and report. Well, this is basically the main stuff done by the advisor and the students that covers eventually all the tasks of the advisor by adding the attendance, adding the grade, helping the students, allowing, rejecting the registration in the courses, check the advisees, check the schedule of advisees, check their or monitor their attendance. The same thing for the student. You can register through the academic plan or from the traditional registration. He can check his financial related statements. He can check the unofficial transcript. He can, no, we don't have to request anymore. He can check his basic information. So basically, these are the main things. And if someone still has any requirement or question,
Regarding copying the activities from one section to the other.
okay.
Yeah.
You have a lot of questions about that. Let me get things clear about that.
Okay.
If you have one section, this section has 10 activities. You want to copy these activities from this section to another one. This other one shouldn't have any activities created. Why? Because that's the system. So in order to copy all of these activities to another section, this section shouldn't have any activities. The issue that you already have created like one activity that could not be deleted. So this merging cannot be done successfully if there's one already created activity. And the other problem that you have been facing that this activity has been assigned for some specific grades, and then you deleted the grade, but they were available still in the history.
But still we couldn't copy the activities to the other section.
Because there were some grades that are available in the history table. Because when you add a grade to an activity, they are I'm talking technical wise, they are saved in the actual table and another history table. When you delete them, you are deleting them from the actual table, but not from the history table. So at this is where we intervened, and we could help, deleting correctly all the grades and all the activities from this section, so you can proceed with the.
So if I delete any grade now, this is deleted from the action and the history, or it's not fixed yet.
Now,
Because apparently we're going to have many sections for the same course. So instead of creating the whole course with different weighting, and it's better to copy.
Why? The copy option is for these stuff. But like just always keep in mind, like create one sample list of activities for one section and copy all of these activities to the other section. I'm sure it will work fine. I have tried it myself. Try it yourself again without like creating any single activity on this section. And if you ever face an issue, you can just contact me anytime.
What if that section I'm copying from,
Okay.
I already assigned grades in? It's still non-copyable, or?
No, that does not has to relate. This you cannot delete them if you have already assigned the grades, but you can copy them because you're not copying the grades, you're copying the activities. Okay, great. Anything else? No. So there's the attendance sheet. I'm not sure where is it. Everyone filled their attendance. If you want Thank you. Bye. Thank you. It's okay. Thanks. So for any case personality, you think their policy. So it needs to be how you find it doesn't fit like what are your actual requirements. Because these are options that will be open or is it from that's another one. That's you should have
Powercampus station is on
the offering is linked together. Only you should have areas for the assignment. Yes, and all the documentation is connected to this. So the PowerCampus is like the where you can do all the categorization and still you can apply for financial transactions. Even of course, you can't do. You have to assignment is a test. 2 weeks before. These are the always you have.
Because you don't teach this. So we're doing the same. Everyone can ask you an assistant, you can ask you. So the same like that structure.
I would try to have your interest somewhere in the
You should. I'm teaching this person. No, so she needs to. So you would have to be the teaching or teaching person. We're assigning you as an assistant. So make a point of having this as a student one and access to teaching. So you can gain access to the classes, the information, the attendance. But the background immediately just administration. This is something that is not very easy. Maybe half an hour and getting a function of the simple service.
Sí, bueno, hay que hacer cosas.
And then all the drugs, I have to another, yeah, so you can get the process running. Everybody comes to me. He's got it, that's the joke, we know the situation. This is not, it comes under.
Okay, so we put it up against
You were teaching us something. Yes, I understand.
I had to go and ask the activity grades.
We will have to close the problem that
What if this happened? Just read only.
Of course, you know better on that than I do.
Don't you have just to read only without
I already
Yeah, that's good. I think you did it, you know, this experience. You make sure that you're right. That's good.
Well, how to be visible during the country, you exhibit one, of course, when business is here.
Yeah, but if they're going to do their own family business, you need to tell them that the questions you're gonna ask them are gonna be that much tougher.
Yes.
Because, I mean, obviously, it's going to have access to a lot more information.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's sort of, it can be an easy way, so just to, you can do that, just make sure that you know. I'm gonna really ask a lot of.
I think what is for us to do is just to explain because she all of the questions will be able to research.
Excellent, sounds great. Thanks.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Bye.
You have any talking about feeling only a caregiver for yourself? And here, user can access the link.
يعني برضه إذا هو أكثر من ذلك Try. You have to ask them. معناها مش بس في كثير cases عم بيقولوا statistics there are mentality. So جمعهم حتى لو طلع قليل هو ده انا صار كم مره كده التشغيليه هذا هو ما في هو بس اكثر اكثر من مرات وصار اكثر من مرات ما في زي أو بدي أقول solution أو maximum على reports. هفاجئكم هلا بباور كامبس we have standard reports you can get used to كيف فيكم تستعملون ولا أي customization وفي ولد الحالي lots of people كمان تعرفوا كيف نعمل reports ولا لا؟ يلا شو أول شغلة؟ أوكي. Okay, so before proceeding to the advanced scheduler session, there's still one thing you can get used to and to use eventually from Powercampus. In Powercampus, we have some built-in reports. These reports are already consistent and images are very interesting for reviewing some important data for you. So to access these reports, for example, academic records, workflow, reports. Then, this is the list of all the reports that are built in the system and you can get some needed information from it. For example, daily attendance report. Click on show. For example, that's the criteria between these two dates. احنا لقينا رينج كتير كبير إذا ما في so for example that's a built-in report already in the system that allows me to for example check the daily attendance of the students if somehow the registrar needs such kind of report. This report could be printed, could be saved in different formats depending on my needs. I will close the report. Again, workflow, reports. We have multiple of interesting reports available. For example, student list, student schedule, test scores, transcripts.
So basically, those are a long list of reports. If you have any customized reports that were done for, especially for UCE, you can access them through the homepage of Powercampus, My Links and Reports. So those are the reports that you have in the system. For example, applicant report, I can select a year and a term. Okay, so just send ايه perfect كان كلهم بإيميل واحد. For example, that's another list of applicants report. This report eventually was provided, well, the details of this report was provided from your side, and we build this report accordingly. Eventually, you can print it and save it from different formats. To go back, you press on home, and these are all the reports. All right? مش الحال done?
We are used to use this dates, but now we don't have any access to this dates.
This is why, Nermeen, you should be applying the PC launch that is available on the on the server, but it's not on their computer. So you should be. لكن هن yes, because if she has access on the if she wants access on the reports, so بدل the latest PC launch. بعتين لك هلا هيطلع لك انا بعت لك اياها من قبل هلا بعت لك اياها عن جديد يلا خليني اشوف ايه اكيد ايه of course okay so something else خلاص okay another thing you asked me about the transcript previously can I have the option to print transcripts for all the students well now I remember in order to ask for this start of report where you can print all the transcripts for all the students based on a year and a term. And that's the report for it. When you have the latest something called PC Launch, it's from here, home. Okay, it's called Transcript Report 2. When you open it, okay, you just choose. Oh? That's on your environment. That's your environment. That's your own report. Okay, you just need to update something called PC Launch. I'm gonna do that later on one PC, and like you can do the same step for you, and it will be applicable. Okay, so for example, that's for 2020. These are the details of the report. You can export it for Excel and then use the filters options in the Excel and all the other details. تمام؟ خلاص؟ رح نظهر من باور كامبس هيك برتاحوا شوي منه رح نروح لشيء مش أحلى. Why scheduler? Okay. Why scheduler? Basically, we're gonna discuss the main functionalities. Very briefly, okay. راح أخبركم how we can. So we're gonna talk about the wide scheduler and all the features. As I said before, wide scheduler is directly linked to Powercampus. So lots of data has been already migrated from your database to
the advanced schedule in order to better allocate the courses for their corresponding schedule time.
And someone closed my session. مين فات على السيرفر يعني مين؟ انت؟ هات لي زهر الظهر يا طارق يلا. اوكي ظهر الظهر.
So, as I said previously in the previous sessions, when we talked about, for example, about the rooms, if you can remember the building, the store, there was a flag called allow scheduling. This flag allows us to allocate or like migrate data from our campus into the advanced scheduler, where I can see all these data that has been migrated. Well, from edit, I have rooms, lecturers, programs, subject areas, groups, courses, and students. These data, most of them are migrated from our campus. I have the option to edit, for example, the room name or the lecturer's name or some basic details inside of them. But it is not advisable to do that from WISE. Why? Because for example, you change the room name from, I don't know, Lab 01 to Tutorial 01, considering that's the name of the room. This will not be reflected in our campus. While all the data are being taken from our campus. Our campus is the core, if you want to consider that. So it's always advisable, if you have any changes on any type of these kind of data, you do that from Power Campus and then you migrate this change data from Power Campus to WISE. Okay?
Let's see, for example, the rooms. These are the rooms
That were available when the migration from Power Campus to WISE was done.
For example, we have building B, B102. B102, that's the name of the room. This room contains 30 seats with interactive panel, PC, and TV screens.
What are the interactive panel PC and TV screens? If you can recall, these records were defined at the level of the room, Power Campus, and a tab called attributes. I will go back to Power Campus and I will show you again this specific room.
From academic records, as we said before, workflow, facility management, I can go to room. That's the room that we're talking about. Attributes, and those are the attributes. Interactive panel, PC, and TV screen. I go back to WISE. Those are interactive panel, PC, and TV screens. So this is why it's very important to
Specify the needed attributes in Power Campus because I can tell, if you want to say that, I can advise or tell WISE, so please allocate, for example, this course in a class where it has interactive panel, PC, and TV screen. So it will help him to better allocate the courses. And this will, remove some lots of efforts from your daily tasks and requirements.
That's the edit that I was talking about. Those are the equipments available. That's the building, for example, building name. You can access that. The same for lecturers. Those are the lecturers defined at the level of Power Campus. These lecturers eventually will be linked to a course, for example, and eventually this course and this lecturer will be allocated to a specific schedule and specific date for this course. Edit programs. Programs mainly here are the division or the department. Okay, you might find some terms that are not the same as Powercampus because it's a different program, but you have to make the link between the two of them. So we have business and innovation, we have engineering, we have full EAP, we have science and innovation. So these are the basic division, if you want. It's called program in WISE. Subject areas are the curriculum in the system. I can filter by program. For example, business and innovation has the curriculum business administration. If I go to engineering and design, I have computer science and sustainable design. So, or you can press all and you can check all the created subject areas. Now the groups. This is mainly was one of the main issues that were faced in WISE here. Why? Because there was no groups assigned to the courses. What do we mean by groups? Groups are mainly to specify the number of students or number of seats that this group could handle. For example, if I want to create a group for the computer science, all right, the best practice says that I can create a main group, or for example, here we call the main group CS. Okay, the maximum size of CS is 20. And then I create subgroups of this main group, which is CSA and CSB, which is Computer Science A and Computer Science B, and I divide the total number of groups between these two groups. Where I can use these groups at the level of the courses. Let me show you where so you can link the same accordingly. If I go to Edit, Courses, before I tell you, all the courses that are in yellow, these are already allocated courses or already scheduled courses. Why? The blank courses are non-allocated courses. No. Let me choose. So, if I double click on the course, I will see some basic information about the course. For example, the course name, Computer Science 1, then the course modality, this is a lab course, and then at this level, I have the subject area, and I want to add basic information for the course in order to allow and help the advanced scheduler better schedule this course. I can add a specific lecture for this course. For example, during the automatic scheduling, I want this specific instructor to be teaching this course. Duration. The default duration, as you see, is 75 minutes per session. To define that, there's this duration box that if I select one means one session. And here it displays 1 hour and 50 minutes. For example, I want 2 sessions. It's 1 plus 1, not 2. Someone says 2. It's 1 plus 1. I can add, for example, 1.5. So it's 1.5 sessions. If I have 3 sessions, it's the same. 1 plus 1 plus 1. Okay? Student groups. So this is what I was attempting to say.
At this level of the course, considering that we have created previously at the level of the groups,
Since we're talking about the computer science subject area,
we created a mother group or a main group that contains, for example, 20 people or 20 seats. And then we created 2 subgroups. Each group contained 10 seats. For the allocation, I want to assign or tell
the advanced scheduler, please give for this allocation 20 seats, for example. 20 seats, it means that I should link to it 2 groups of the computer science, because each group is 10. How can I do that? Double click on student groups. As you can see, the system automatically retrieves for me the computer science groups. Because at the subject area there, I already said that this course is related to a subject area that is computer science. I select the 2 subgroups and then I hit confirm. The 2 subgroups were reflected here. If No, the 2 subgroups are created here. Yeah, I already said that. هلا راح ارجع افرجيك عن جد. From edit groups, inside the group you assign that this group is for this subject area. Okay? No students yet. لا بعد ما عملنا allocation.
الجروبس هن بنعمل قص انه هي الصف فور اكزامبل في انا 20 شخص في كذا في 12 كل حوالي في 20.
So the issue here is that students aren't equal. So like, there's not a group of students really who are related to the program together.
This is not like specifying that these students are in this group and these students are in another group. This is
No,
just,
but you need to tell how many members, you need to know how many students are in that group.
yes, but for example, you would know like if it starts without usually how much people can support as a maximum. For example, 10 people. For example, 10. So you would assign just one group because it's allowed. And then eventually do the scheduling, only one group has been assigned for this lab course. So of course you should eventually know at least how many maximum number of people are allowed.
In a classroom.
Exactly.
Yes, so I get that, but then when you get into the groups, you have to put them in, isn't it, you put specific courses to groups?
You can assign, for example, these same groups to another subject area.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it depends on your policy. It depends on your rules. Whatever you do for WISE will has its own result accordingly.
So let's just say you had 60 seats available in the computer science course. And then you have labs, and there's a maximum of 25 students in a lab. Is that what you mean
So-
by that group?
Yes, like in your case, you need to have one course that has lecture and
Right.
lab at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, so this lecture and lab, you will actually
Yeah.
and you will start by when you select lab, you will add one month here for the lecture.
Yeah.
And you will assess, for example, because lecture contains 20 people. Why for the lab? You assign one group because like that's what's 10 people and this group.
Right, so if I have a TA, for example, that's working with this group A, then you're separated by that group, and then I have another TA for that group. We're trying to understand how you're classifying students, because we don't have like discrete batches of students that are moving through like a traditional university. so many entry
So like
points.
for me, I advise to create for each of the area its own group. They're not next to together, and then separate separate each one.
But Tony, this is like, how many people are in this room? Let's just say we have 10 people. We're not a group. None of us are in a group. I need different courses than Hillary does, than Radma does.
And when you create a group, you do not assign specific students to a group. That's a question of technique.
But you need to know how many students are in that.
It's just a number. Not, I do not care like if it's you or me. It's just the number of students. Like maybe out of 20 people or out of 20 in this group, only 12 will register. The system of allocating these capital.
So this simply means the number of seats available.
Exactly.
So why do we subdivide the seats into the groups?
Because the best practice is to create one main group and then subsequent groups. Because for example, if I have a lecture and the lecture I give them CACB, for example, and then the lab I can give a CA. Does not that mean that students of CB does not get to do the lecture? Because I'm not assigning the group to specific students. It's just a number of seats. It's a size. It's just that.
So wise timetable, that's what we're talking about now. What does it need to do with the groups?
It needs the groups in order to know the number of sites to allocate them. Like for example, if I want to do the computer science one, okay. And at the same time, there's another course, computer science 2, okay. I want to do it. So if you give the same group, for example, say CSA, to computer science 1 and computer science 3, eventually WISE will allocate these two courses at the same time, and I will not be able to participate at these two courses at the same time. While I want them both, but like one of the issues that we face, I think, WISE was giving you all the courses at the same day. So if I'm a student, I cannot attend all the courses. That was the main important.
Okay, but if you have a discrete number for computer science, let's say 1910, and you have another computer science course called 2910, and another one 3910, you just build them in so they don't conflict in the schedule of each other, and we don't need to subdivide any of these groups.
Exactly. I told you that the best practice. If you find that this is applicable for you, of course you can do that.
Yeah, because we built it at the course level to not conflict, not inside groups, inside the course.
Yeah, because you have like a group, so CSA, so in that group is going to be 1910.
You are not supposed to do CS, CSV. You can create CS and that has no.
No, I know, but for this example, in group CSA, there's going to be multiple courses, right? You're going to assign CSA to multiple courses. That group. Yes, so if you put CSA at 10 or 15 students in CSA, and you put them in, I don't know, like an English 1010 or something, and then you have a different group, like Business A, and they're also assigned to that same group, that's where you need the numbers to match. When we have like...
Oh, do you know what this is? Block registration.
Yes.
This is block registration. So you're
Just a group of students. Yes.
right. No, so you call me veterinary medicine student. I have to do this list of 5 courses.
Yeah. So that's saying you're not failing anything. You're just going to keep going.
Right. So that's why they have to build that so none of these conflict. Right. So as long as I'm in catchment A, I have to make everything work inside the A group for the veterinary students. And then I need everything inside B to work for the nursing students. So they have to do X, Y.
This is why you have to decide just your own, meaningful internal policy.
Right, so we will not have groups because we don't have enough cohorts that are alike to build them into blocks.
You cannot, I think you cannot leave this thing empty because it will raise some conflict issues. You can create one group, CS and allocate a number inside this field.
Okay, but if it's like, let's just say I have 60 seats available in 1910. I make 60 seats available over here.
Yes, but when you know what does it matter to you? You have you assign number 60 for computer science 1, for example, and maybe 50 students go to this course.
Or you put 50 available for computer science and then 10, let's just say they're left for open for business students. You know what I mean? To be
I do know what you mean, but
So
then-
that's why I think it's better to assign subgroups because maybe in this case 60, like still have 10, like 10 empty spaces. So if you divide them, it's like more flexible for you. You give 50, 40 for the computer science, and then the sixth one related to the computer science, for example, or to the subject, you can give it to the business, for example. So now we divided 40 sciences for one department, for example, and the last one is for the other, and they're all grouped into one main group, for example, HTCS. That is why I always expect for the best practice. But again, you can create your own policy and decide. So I'm going to continue.
So can I ask one question? When you built manually this round, did you consider anybody to be alike? You
There were
did.
some, but
You had some,
very few.
very few that
Very few.
fit in the same set of
Yeah.
conditions.
You have to see my turn
Okay. Okay. So, we should specify. Okay. We should specify the term. Okay, I will hit on confirm and close. At this groups, of course, added groups. For example, that's the S, that's the size, and I divided CS between CSA and CSB, and assigned, here I link the main group, the subgroup to the main group. This is the importance of the main, that's why I thought this is the best practice, because they created a main group tab or main group column in order to use it eventually in the best practice.
Then it could be CS A, B, C, D, because A could be computer science in 4 courses, and B could be computer science in 4 different courses.
Depending on your level. Right?
Let me allocate the course and show you. Okay, there's this small, clock logo. When I click on it, I will say continue, start, and it's finished. If I open again the course, you will see that this course is now in yellow. It was previously blank. Yellow means that this course is now successfully allocated. But there's something tricky that you should always keep in mind at this level. Even though you have allocated the course, these data are still not saved to the database. If I press on exit there, I will lose my updated data. What should you always do? There's 2 steps. The first one, you have to log the courses that you have allocated. Because if you did regenerate the wires next time, the already allocated course that works fine for you should stay. I should not reallocate and mix things up. How we do this? We have logging, log current classes. I'll show you what will happen. So, this is the course that I have allocated, as you can see. It was Computer Science 1. It's Ali, the instructor, that's the building. Okay, I want to log this allocation, like by locking again, if I regenerate the course, it will not override, it will not delete it. It's locking and lock current. Current classes are now locked, and it's locked by this key logo. The second thing you should do is data save to database. And I will hit.
So can we go back to where your courses live, so that you will have access to all the courses that are approved in the catalog, right?
Wait,
And then
this
you're
is the course.
extracting courses to be offered into a timetable, and then you lock them in.
Yes, because whenever the system allocates automatically these
Yeah.
courses, okay, if you like did some changes,
Yeah.
okay, and reallocate that, if you do not want to lose the previously allocated course, you should log them.
Right.
But you can still unlock them at any time.
So I have a question. We have a schedule now that we build outside the WISE timetable. Can we build the current functioning schedule and then try and copy for like an next term or term to next year?
You mean you want to copy the same schedule?
Yeah, let's just say that could we do that?
I'm not sure if this is a function actually in WISE to copy from one term to another. We can check with the provider. Okay.
Oh, no, I know.
She means when she finishes and everything went well, does she have the option to copy from one term to another?
Build it and it's successful, then why don't we start from scratch again? I know we have new courses to add.
I just want to make sure. From the database, of course you can. She's asking if there's like a specific menu in WISE to copy. Of course it's doable. Of course it's doable. Like by what Naomi is saying, we can just generate a small script and like copy all the data and like at the button of a click of a button. So yeah, it's not an issue.
Because I'm thinking if we have a functioning schedule, let's just say build is functional, and then we add 10 new courses in the faculty.
Right.
Just add them, and then it builds around the currently functioning.
Okay.
Just start with one. Let's start with one, creating one, and then we can.
Yeah,
We just need to create one schedule.
Yes, we do.
So another issue is that it doesn't, the timing doesn't clash with the timing here.
And what's about the timing?
The duration start.
The duration was, Nareen, you provided the duration, right? You told us that it's 75 minutes. So what's
It
the,
can be customized to the time of start of the start. So we do like an 8:40 to 9:55, and then there's 5 minute break.
Okay, for the breaks, let me tell you what we can have.
to reserve a specific break during the scheduling, and like for example, I do not want the scheduler to reserve or allocate for me the course in a specific break, or for example, the lunch break, or any kind of break. How I can do that? For example, at from 10:50 till 11:20, right click, add reservation, and then, for example,
Our break is only 45 minutes.
so 45 minutes, eventually you will have a bit to change the
So 11:15.
let me check. So from 10:50 till 11, it should be 11. Let us see here. These are defined based on the previously provided data about the exact period. But if you have any issues about that, raise them before you can reschedule. Like it's like I think, in my own opinion, the first thing to create is the reservations. Okay, like from at this period, I do not want the scheduler to reserve for me. Okay. There is overlap. Let us swim through time. Reserved. No commands. Control. Okay, I'll try the reservation for you later on. Maybe I should close Wise again and reopen it. Okay, but at least you have the option at Wise if you have, like you know, the grades, these are a fixed grades in the system, or like a non-shape or other stuff. You have the
So
option.
we're told that the fixed breaks can only be an hour.
It's not specific, but based on some previous provided data, it created no previous schedule on that. But if you have and you want to change these types of period, this is doable from voice, just you have to get which one of the okay?
I told like 3 times, this is as far as I can go with it.
Maybe, because it's 75 minutes, not 1 hour, so 75 and then from 75 definitely you want to move 50 and you know,
Yeah,
it's
so
a calculation of 75.
Yeah, there's 275s, but there's 5 minutes in between. So 75, 5 minutes, 75, 50, 75, 5 minutes, 75, 5 minutes, 75.
And how long is that and two bed now? Okay. Let me check with her why this was not doable. Okay? Because she was, I think, following the case. But if she didn't find a solution for it, of course, because we do get back to the provider. I will note that. So let me write it down. 75 and then 75, then 5, then 75, then 50.
So really this one's 85, but 75 is fine. 75, 5, 75, 50, 75,
Okay.
5, 75, 5, 75.
So هذا رجع ظهرني.
So that first one should be 85, because the first class of the day is 10 minutes extra.
So the first one is 85. From settings, we can define some basic information, the city name, the organization name, the local time zone. If you have non-working days, for example, the New Year Day, Christmas Day, any kind of non-working day, you just hit add and you define, as it says here, day dot month, and you hit on confirm. Okay? This will be taken into consideration, so WISE will not be scheduling any course during, for example, the 1st of January. The same for the academic year. You can define the enrolled year. The full duration, this is the duration of the first semester. For example, it's from 3/9 till 25/12, and this is the duration of the second semester. So these data, you know, are basically done once at each semester, and you have to forget about it. So it's not that big of a deal. Let me see. Edit locations, equipments. These are the attributes that were previously uh, migrated from Powercampus to WISE. Some important features I can add, which are the export features, because eventually when you finish the academic calendar, you want to export these
data to PDF, PDF as grid, maybe Excel sheets, for any type of purposes.
Yeah, we have these options. For example, save PDF as grid 1, save. If I go to the desktop, that's grid 1, I open it,
And that's how we export in PDF version as grid
um, the course, the scheduling. In addition, I can go through tools, not tools, data, export to CSV file, choose export program extended. What does that mean? Of course, we have current week and we have extended. For example, the extended. Yeah, XT1. If I go to the desktop, so now we don't have CSV here, so let me use, okay. So this suddenly appears like that. We do not want it like that. We want to change it. How we can do that? From data, we have, uh, okay. From data, we have text to column option. These are features already in Excel. Text to column, we choose delimited, and then next, we choose semicolon as delimiter, next, finish, okay, and there you go. That's the day, that's the date, that's the hour, that's the course, lecture, lecturer, in which room, size, and I go to filter. I can filter by day and all the needed details. In addition, you can, for example, print, save as PDF from this period to this period, confirm, PDF1, and this is the PDF sample, not the grid sample. Okay, you have the day, the date, the hour, the room, lecturer, modality, and the group. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, yeah, that's it for one course. We have all of these courses, not every course. But whenever you feel you want some additional, clarification, if you ever face some really exceptions during the allocation, ways that needed. There's a solution for everything.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Of course.
So let's talk about prerequisites and co-requisites.
We talked about, you didn't assist a lot, Professor. So you missed a lot of great things.
Okay, no. So is there a solution?
About the issue of Hillary. So far, no. I didn't have one because the system does not combine. Like I think she raised two issues. The first one as prerequisite of the average of two courses.
I have lots of prerequisites. Okay, so can I do a prerequisite and co-requisite as a group?
Like you mean, yeah, that was another issue. The prerequisite and prerequisite are the same course.
No, so can I create, you know, you said you want to create groups for things. Can I create a group of people that need co-requisite and prerequisite and set that up as a filter? So you know how we had the A and B? Yeah. So what about if I loaded people in that courses that were co and prerequisites in there? Would that then work as a filter?
So it really has nothing to do, the co-prerequisite has nothing to do with wise timetable. It's when they're registering.
Right, so but can you register them as a group based on,
No, it comes under the thing. You get an error message. Same thing.
But
You mean a block? Like register as a block?
there's the block registration. But you know, at the block, you have the option to remove checking on the.
Yes,
That's
but when a
what
student, so you did the session on online registration, so if a student registers online, they'll never be able to get into that course.
So maybe you have to treat this specific thing and register them by itself through the block registration. Because it's
But that's not feasible to do that for everybody.
but it's a block registration, so it's like some small steps. You can just filter these two.
No, I get that, yeah. But it
the
should,
problem is with our students, they don't all fall in one category or one sector. They do the manual advice. And if we open online registration for students, and we have all of those things that we can't process from a student perspective, and
because another thing I brought up to Verna, this is a different prerequisite issue, is that all of our business courses, they have a prerequisite that if you have to take EAP or the EAP program, you have to pass the EAP program. But not every student has to take EAP. So it can't be a prerequisite because not everybody has to take it.
Once again, when you talk case by case, something not general, the general system cannot create some specific cases based on specific students. Well, it works in a general way. Like there's a rule, we apply it on the students. But if some students have some specific cases, that's why we should intervene. Eventually you can generate some reports to know who are these students and
So, we do the registration is just for the students. And that's what they're.
Can I get from you the two main issues that you are blocking for you as correctors and figures? So let me write the first one. The first one was that the average pay between two prerequisite courses, right?
I have it already written down.
Yes, I know,
Send it
but
to
I'm
you.
gonna write the thing again because we already asked the provider about this option. So the average. And what's the second one, please?
Which one? The prerequisite thing?
You tell me. The first one is the average, like a blocking issue for you. The
Yeah.
second one, which one could be?
The other one is a certain number of semester hours in a department is a prerequisite. So computer science, one of our computer science courses, it doesn't specify which math courses you need, it's 6 math credits. It doesn't tell you, there's no requirement to which courses.
Oh, you mean as a computer science has a prerequisite to take 6 credits of, for example,
Math.
of the math.
Yeah, but not specific courses in math.
Just for the subject.
Yes, the prerequisite of number of credits.
Not sure. Let me check something. Hmm. Okay, let me check that for you as well. Okay. That means it's still recording, it's not live, so let's not waste your time.
Be that good?
Are we done?
Are we done? Yeah.
Sorry.
Was